Well, greetings, my friends, wherever you are. I'm still one and the same person, Alexander Sashavelic, as you know me. And I have a very important announcement to make today, and I've been waiting purposefully for this very date. Namely, tomorrow, 16th of July, will be the 5th anniversary of the library, which I founded here in East Europe, and its name that I gave was Hope of Israel. Now, why did I call it Hope of Israel? Well, it's from Jeremiah chapter 17, when God of Israel is called Hope of Israel, or Hope of Israel. In original Hebrew, it's Mikveh Yisrael. Now, with Mikveh, you probably, those of you who know some Bible history would understand and will remember that even to these days, the Jewish people have a Mikveh, which is the ritual cleansing place. It's a place, it's like a pool, but it's not a pool that can be supplied with water from the usual water supply system. It's water which is gathered from heaven, basically, is the rainfall water. So that's how the mikveh operate even today. Mikveh in the Jewish tradition even today is more important even than the synagogue, because as I read in one commentary, a synagogue service you can do at home, but with mikveh, synagogue service you can do at home, but mikveh is something that just makes you kind of ritually cleansed and makes you kind of spiritually, how shall I say, better in the eyes of God, something like that. In any case, before building synagogues, usually Jewish people first build mikveh. And it's interesting that the word mikveh is translated by all of our translators in various languages as hope. Now, that hope of Israel is the hope that the Apostle Paul expounds in Romans 11, when he says that all the nations will be grafted into the domestic olive, and all the nations will be grafted into Israel, and thus all the nations will become Israelites, and then all the nations will indeed, all Israel will be saved, the Apostle Paul says. Now, of course, you now see me, you might remember, those of you who listen to my messages, and somebody recently wrote to me, he says, you don't mention certain church organization and certain personality anymore. It's true. I used to be an elder in Continuing Church of God when I was ordained an elder there on February the 9th, 2017, during the conference in the capital of Kenya, Nairobi. And I used to mention once my good friend Bob Thiel as well from time to time, and you could hear me mention that in my messages, and still in the old recorded message you can hear me mention those two things. But I have to announce, and I have been waiting again purposefully for this very date, I have to announce that no longer I'm associated with either the person I mentioned or the Continued Church of God where I was ordained, because I could not really, because of my conscience, I could no longer be there. Now, you might have heard various people have heard various explanations, interpretations. I'm currently trying, obviously there are people who are trying to portray me as somebody who has no love for others, and so on and so forth. But be it as it may, let me just give you a certain review of some historical happenings and how I arrived to this. I arrived to this point, first of all, because 5 years ago I found it. I have got a collection of books, and that was like a home library, and I was looking for a name of that library, and I thought, oh well, I was an ambassador student, and I was the last generation of the students that was admitted to that college when the church which ran it was still on the right track, so to speak, even though in secret and far away from the public. Sometimes from 1980s they were working on subverting the church from within. What used to be Worldwide Church of God, once directed by Herbert Armstrong, after his death in 1986, underwent certain first administrative changes, later doctrinal changes. And I remember hearing from one of my fellow students that even back in 1987, they were already kind of trying to make some tests how people would react, so they would just release certain things that didn't seem to be according to the conservative church teaching and so on. So obviously the plan to subvert the worldwide Church of God was a long-term project. And I happened to be a student when it kind of was reaching its peak in 1995. In 1995 already in the fall of 1994, all the ambassador staff, and that meaning our lecturers, instructors, and so on, all the ambassador college staff was required to listen to Stavrididis' teachings on Trinity, because God was, as we always know, that God is not Trinity anyway. He's a family, but nevertheless, that was the basic doctrine, the first doctrine that just had a very massive and deep changes. Later I've learned that Vatican, at his Vatican's Second Council or whatever, declared that there is one common thing that all Christians have, and that's belief in Trinity, Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. And all those who do not believe in Trinity cannot be counted as Christians. They're just the fringe cults, whatever. So then I understood why the first very doctrine to be attacked, if you wish, is a doctrine that God is a family, divine family, into which countless millions, billions, countless number of people can be born again, and become part of that family. That was the first very fundamental doctrine being attacked while I was still an ambassador. And in fact, I worked in an ambassador library, so I remember as people were coming up, various faculty members, and they were just a set of videotapes at that time, and they would just check out those tapes because they were required to go through all that doctrine and to understand it. Now I understand why. That was all the preparation for the former Worldwide Church of God to join the ecumenical movement in America. Eventually they did. They changed the name. They just dismantled the church name. They just changed the name into something else, and those people are alive, kicking alive even today. Recently I ran across one of their article, transformed by the truth, not article but a video programs, transformed by the truth or something like that, in which all of them are talking about their transformation, their accepting the grace rather than the law, and all of that other rubbish that we can just hear from the non-biblical Christians, from the false Christians indeed. Now, I was an ambassador student. I was a very young believer at that time, but I organized back in 1995 with the help of one of my friends, but mostly it was my initiative. I organized the student underground, and I've got certain memories of that time, and won't spend much time to tell you about those. By the way, I don't have any notes. I thought I'll give this inaugural speech just from my heart, just as I feel inspired and led to tell you, because so many things are happening and have happened in my life. And as I said, in my 38 years of my Christian life, my strive to live Christian life, so many things happened to me, because I come from a country that was war-torn. I was born in former Yugoslavia. Then I returned in a country that was completely different, and there are still struggles even to this day in this country, because we have a breakaway province that wants to separate and basically expel the remaining Serbian population from, it's called Kosovo, from its northern part mostly. So I have a very rich and dynamic life because of the country in which I was born, also because of the history of my nation, even though I consider myself Israelite, and there are plenty of Israelites present in the South Slavic nations, in the nations of former Yugoslavia. That's another story. I basically made an student underground, and that was an interesting thing. And I was known for a while among people as somebody who organized student underground, and that I was in fact even, I think I was on the list to be even disfellowshipped by the main leader of the apostate WCG. But as far as if that story true, the then president of Ambassador College prevented it, so we still stayed, and I still stayed there until the end of 1990, basically of the 1995, and then I just left the college and didn't return. I finished just my third year. I was offered by the administration to stay for the fourth year, but my dear brethren, I could not imagine staying at a college that would celebrate Christmas, Easter, Halloween, and be a completely different place from the one that I came to attend. Because I grew up in a country where Bible is not a book that every house has. I grew up in a nation that is biblically completely illiterate, a nation that is immersed deeply into superstitions, into a very devout to established religion. It was used to be a communist society at one point. And then after the fall of the communism, all of a sudden the established church, in this case was the Serbian Orthodox Church, or as people usually know it in the West, Greek Orthodox Church. All of a sudden that church became dominant. People became all of a sudden religious, all of a sudden devout to all kinds of saints and all kinds of customs that have nothing to do with the Bible. Many people here haven't even read in the New Testament, not even one gospel, let alone anything from the Bible, but they're just very devout to their system of customs, to their various rituals and rites, because they think if they don't fulfill them, they're going to be punished by God. So the view of God, in the mind of this nation, is as a punishing being somewhere there, waiting just that you make certain mistake, and then he's going to slap you, or whatever. He's going to, take you from the face of the earth, and that's it. In any case, when I was in England, my aunt was a very good Christian example. She was WCG member at that time, so when I started living with her at the end of 1991, I gradually began to see that wonderful shining example of hers, and she happened to have a copy of a Serbian Bible, so I began reading the Bible back then. Then I applied next year for the college. I got baptized on 10th of March 1992, and I was the hands were put on me. There was the laying on of hands happened interesting enough, it was in the library of the British office of Worldwide Church of God. It was a nice big building. There was a library, so a couple of ministers laid hands on me in that very library. One of them was of Scottish origin. The other one was a young American who happened to come to England and to be of help to the youth in the local congregation. I used to attend the Watford congregation, basically made many friends there and so on, and I've got many fond memories of that time. That congregation, along with all the others in England, later they basically went away along with this apostasy in America, even though for a long time, just to keep people confused or not to just allow them to have a proper discernment, for a long time the Worldwide Church of God in Britain retained that name. It was the last region in the world which changed the name to what is today the name of that denomination. In any case, I was admitted to the college. I was the last one to basically land in Dallas. I was met by my friend Jason from Gibraltar, and we remained friends, of course. After my arrival, I was the last student to come. I came just before the reception night at the college. Yes, I met the main man who led that apostasy, Joseph Tkac Sr., but that was not the first time that I met him. I met him later on sometimes I think in 1994, summer 94, as he just appeared on a boat as we students. It was a summer and we were around the Lake Loma, an ambassador, and all of a sudden he just appeared with somebody else, and I happened to happened to meet him, and even had a picture of him and me, which I destroyed later. I remember that I introduced myself. I said I come from Serbia, and that from a Slavic land and so on. And I remember he asked me about the how do we say in Serbian slippers, because there is a very similar word in Russian for the same item. So that was it. That was our brief exchange. And oh yes, and as at the reception night when I introduced myself to him, I said that I came from Serbia and so on. He shook my hand, and that was about it. Later on, there were a couple of guys who were of Croatian origin who were born in Canada from Croatian parents and so on. So I became friends with them, and as well as with many others. So my first year in Ambassador College was really a paradise compared to what was happening back then in the Balkans. There was a bloody civil war being developed, which really was very disruptive for me, because I never hated any Yugoslav nation anyway, and I myself have got very mixed origin. So that was it. So in 1995, when the falling away started, I just moved away, and I moved to El Salvador along with one of my friends from that country, with Kati Monti, and our friend from Honduras, who was of Jewish origin. Hagit also was there with us. So Kati's father bought a pickup. He came and picked the three of us, and we went to Salvador. I had very interesting experiences in Salvador. I was an English teacher at the Academy of European Languages. It was a private academy, but it was very, very interesting. Among my students, I had, for example, a candidate for the Supreme Court of Salvador, the late Alfredo Nieto, a wonderful gentleman. He told me, I didn't accept that. He said, I didn't accept that position. Why didn't you, Alfredo? Well, it's because he said, I don't want to be a president of Supreme Court in a country with this corrupted government. And so on. So I met very interesting people as well during my service there. There's one anecdote that on one of the main, that my impact was so big that one of the main Salvadorian traffic routes, somebody put a big banner saying the teachings of Sasha the Protestant are not true. It was in Spanish, of course, written. I've only heard that. I'm not sure if it's a rumor or it's true, but it might be anyway. So my impact was not small. There was a small church in Salvador there at that time. I'm not sure what remained of it anyway. I would have to frequently go to neighboring Guatemala as well, because I had to renew my visa every third month. My entry visa had to be renewed, but to renew it as you're a foreigner, you have to go outside the country, get into their consulate, get another 3 months permit to cut in. Then you come back, and then every third month. That's the procedure. I was waiting basically in Latin America to see the end of the war in the Balkans. In 1996, it happened. The so-called Dayton Agreement was signed between the warring factions in former Yugoslavia. That was formally the end of the war. Sometimes, I think it happened sometime in May or June of 1996. And then on 16th of July, that will be tomorrow, I returned after 5 years of being absent from the Serbian Society for former Yugoslavia. I could only, through a shortwave band radio, I could only keep in touch with what was going on here, but that was about as much as I had. For 5 years I lived in totally foreign cultures. basically far away from my native language, far away from the culture, far away from what happened to the people. On 16th of July 1996, I returned to Serbia, now Serbia, and there were no church members there, never church there, and I was basically on my own, because with my immediate family, I wasn't in touch anymore because of religion and other things. So I found refuge with my friend, one of my friends from my teenage years, and his family. So it's another exciting and tragic story, but I would rather just not bother you with that. So I was the only church member who basically returned here. In the meantime, there was a famous Indianapolis conference when United Church of God was formed, and I was still at the college when that happened in May of 1996, I think. Yes. And then a later Salvadorian congregation decided to go with United Church of God, and so on and so forth. And then later came more and more other splits and differences and so on. That's something that's not really interesting, because the splits and the fragmentation and fracture of the body of Christ has been going on now for 30 years, ever since the death of Herbert Armstrong and the demise of the old Worldwide Church of God. In any case, I still thought that it was my duty to God to return favor, because it was nothing short of miraculous how I basically was called while in England, how I was admitted to college with the help of various people of goodwill, I have to admit, especially with the help of people of WCG office back in those days. And then I returned, and then I thought that the gospel message was never published in my native tongue. And I remember that I think the first booklets I began to translate was The Mark of the Beast. I thought that would be coming. And yes, that Jesus Christ the resurrection of Jesus Christ was not on Sunday. Because with that booklet, you need to understand the established church in this country, as well as everywhere else, keeps teaching that Christ rose on Sunday, and that's the reason why they keep Sunday. You could hear that. So I just tried to debunk that by these two booklets. Beast, the mark of the beast, and the beast itself was also one of my main topics that I paid attention to. In the meantime, I changed from UCG. Then I moved because of their, at that time, pablum literature. Sometimes I was even lied to, they would say, one of their officials would say that they sent me something. Perhaps they did, but that what they sent me to translate never reached me. I always tried to ask the church that I was in, whatever denomination I was asking, that I would be, if I could be a translator. And I always said to them, but nobody seemed to understand me, I said if they could pay me some small amount of money that could just keep me going, I don't need too much, that could just keep me going here in Serbia, because that was the only way to get employment. Many of you do not understand the gentle societies and how gentle societies work, because many of you, brethren, were not born in a gentle society. You cannot fathom that the party which holds power at current moment is the main party who is the main employer. It doesn't certainly, it probably, your heads are swinging. How come? Well, that's the gentle society. So if a certain party comes into power, it's going to employ its own members everywhere. That's the way how it is being done. Now, I'm a librarian by profession, that's true. But all the libraries are public offices, and all the public offices will be filled with the cadres, with the candidates, with members of the ruling party. Brethren, that's how it's run in a gentle society. It's nothing like in yours. Then I had a problem to explain to people various things in gentle societies. In a gentle society, some of them, you don't have a part-time job. You cannot get a part-time job. In a gentle society, you can be fired just because you keep the Sabbath. They don't care. They don't care whether it's a public office or a private business. They don't care that you keep the Sabbath and holidays, brethren. They couldn't care less. And there is nobody that you can appeal to. Yes, formally, of course, but understand this. Freedom in gentle society is just a matter of formality, you know. It's just a matter of formality and nothing else. It's just on paper. It's a dead letter on paper. So if you keep holidays and Sabbath, they don't care. Oh, they don't care if you're going to die from starvation if not being employed. They couldn't care less. It's a Gentile society. Gentile mind doesn't care about life and sanctity of life. Gentle society doesn't care about animals, doesn't care about anything that is not useful for their selfish interests. And so therefore, you could easily stay without work. Let me tell you one thing. I'll give you an example. There used to be, a long time ago, a magazine here in Serbia dedicated to mobile phones and all of these modern gadgets. And they needed a proofreader. So there was a public announcement, we need a proofreader and so on. So I went. Because, you know, I'm a good writer, I have a very good command of Serbian language, and so on. And the person who interviewed was thrilled. Even though I said I had certain religious beliefs, he was still thrilled, you know, and could you work on the Good Friday? I said, yes, I could. It doesn't bother me. I could work on Good Friday as a whole day, because in this country, Good Friday is a bank holiday. Nobody wants to work. And plus, there are so many other things. Oh, and I said, and I explained to him about sunset to sunset, about the Sabbath, and I said that even on the so-called Big Saturday, I could work at night and so on. And he seemed to be okay with that. And we parted. So soon after, several days had passed, and I said, what about employment? I'm going to tell you word for word the response I get. The response was, your principal determination to keep the Sabbath prevents you from being employed. Now, if you received a letter like that in America or in England or in Australia, you could appeal to higher authorities and say, this is a violation of my religious rights. No, in a gentle society, we don't have anybody to appeal to, you know. And I always had a hard time to explain to the rest of you, especially to Americans, that the world is simply not like what you're used to. You're used to your system, which is wonderful. It has wonderful freedoms. You have somebody to appeal to. It has a sense of justice. It has respect for the sanctity of life. Not in a Gentile world. Please get it. Get it once and for all. But I always had a problem to explain to these people, even to those who are supposed to be my brethren, that I'm not able to get employment because I'm not part of a political party, because I'm not part of a political system, or because I keep the Sabbath and holidays. As simple as that. I had the problem to explain to them about the students and student life. No, we don't have ABC here in Serbia. You have a book that you have to read, or 2 books, or 3 books. And then you go to exam, which is oral exam, by the way. So you go, and then from a bowl, you pick up answer 1, answer 2, answer 3, and then you give oral response. Written exams are very rare in Serbia, very, very rare. Now you try, because we were even accused, because in the meantime there were some believers that came as a result of preaching the gospel, of my efforts to preach the gospel indeed in Serbian language. Some people came, but they were young people, they were the students, and we were, I was asked by somebody in England, why don't you get part-time employment? And I just went over the moon, over the top of my efforts to explain to the person. I said, first of all, part-time jobs do not exist in this country. Oh, brethren, part-time jobs do not exist in much in the world. Get it. So you cannot get part-time job because they wouldn't give it to you. In fact, even if you're employed, very often the employers are going to abuse what? Their power. How? By making you work overtime and not paying you. Oh, you're shocked? How come? Yes, it's 21st century. It's in a Gentile world. It's possible. We have that all over Serbia all the time. You have employer calling you at 10 p.m. Could you imagine? Employer calling you at 10 p.m. in America, in Britain, in Australia, in New Zealand. No, you cannot. Of course you cannot, because you're not a Gentile society. But in a Gentile society, that's possible. And if you say, I don't want to work on the Sabbath, oh, don't worry, you'll be laid off. There are plenty of people who need work anyway. That's how the response that people get here. Students, part-time job. Until a few years ago, it didn't exist here. It does not exist. No part-time jobs. And then when that person who was supposed to be a pastor came once, I said to these young students, I said, please bring to him all of the textbooks that you have to read before one exam. Just bring him and show him the amount of literature you have to read. So even if you're employed, you cannot be employed because you have to read that amount of literature. In any case, what I'm trying, my point is, brethren, I understand the different countries, different cultures, different mentalities, I do understand. But keep in mind, Israelites, there is one main difference that exists in this world. On one hand, it is Israelitish mindset. And much of the laws of Israel, by the way, the laws of the Bible, have been retained to one degree or another in your Israelitish societies. You would be surprised to hear that I've heard what I heard in England. They've got some kind of blue laws or something like that. You know what it says in the blue laws? That Sabbath is the day of rest. Would you believe that? Yeah. Respect for sanctity of life. Just to name that one. Let's keep with sanctity of life. When the Supreme Court ruled in America that abortion was no longer legal, you should have heard the outcry in this Serbian Gentile society. Violation of women's rights, this, that, and the other. Yes. Former Yugoslavia had abortion, my dear friends, long before you in America even had it. And Serbia just continued. And while if you ask any American, what is the greatest sin of American nation? Everybody will jump and say abortion. Here, they don't even know what is sin. To them, sin is if you don't do some superstitious stupidity. It's sin. If you don't dye eggs for Easter, if you don't, I don't know, do this, if you don't go to this, if you don't go to liturgy on Sunday, they have no clue what is even sin. They're totally literally. If in America, if I tell you Isaac, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, you know whom I'm talking about. In this country, I have to explain first who is Abraham, who is Isaac, and who is Jacob before I can teach anything else. Like the house of Israel, like the law of Israel, like the God of Israel, after all. Brethren, please, those of you who are in the West, particularly in the Israelitish nations, please understand. Please understand that Gentile mindset does not facilitate to lie, to deceive, to do. That's what, sadly, our former affiliation, Continued Church of God, did not get. People in the Gentile world, and Africa is in the Gentile world completely, to gain for financial gain, they would just lie to you. They would just lie to your face. And keep in mind always, there is one main difference in this world. It's called Israelitish mindset on one hand, and Gentile mindset on the other. And things are different. It's far more difficult to keep the commandments of God in a Gentile society. It's far more challenging to live in a Gentile society and be a true Christian. Far more challenging. Trust me, because I live in a Gentile society and I've lived it here in this society for almost all my life, except for that gap when I would be in an Israelite society. And you know what is, somebody would say, oh, why do you think it's going to be so horrible for America and Britain in the Great Tribulation? How can you say that? Well, don't you see, one of my relatives said, but you know, those societies are much different than ours. How can you say? Well, I said, cousin, you're missing one thing. I said, you, cousin, don't know. Now he does, because he learned from me, but anyway. I said, you don't know what is the true day of rest, Christian rest. You have no clue about the true Christian holidays. You have no clue about the dietary laws. But I said, cousin, the Western world, the Anglo-Saxon world does know it, because they were dedicated individuals like Strong's Concordance. Could you believe writing a Strong's Concordance? Or any other concordance, or any other Bible help book? Do you know how much research is needed for that? Do you know how much effort it is to write even a small book, friends? I've written several, so I know. Do you know? And those people dedicated, some of them, their lives to tell you what is the Christian day of rest, what are the Christian holidays, what are the dietary laws. In Serbian Gentile culture, none. We have no such authors. No, we don't. And even the Protestant church, the Adventists who keep the Sabbath, along with the Sabbath, they've got plenty of other Protestant teachings that have nothing to do with the Bible. So we've got thousands of our kinsmen, about 12,000 at least, if not more, who just imbibed. Oh, they heard Sabbath was the true day of rest. Okay, so they naturally looked for the church that keeps the Sabbath, and they, since the Adventists are here known as Sabbath keepers all over the country, then they just flocked into the Adventist church. But along with the Sabbath, they were taught all kinds of other things. Unlike this gentle society, friends, you know what is the Sabbath. All of you in the West, especially in Anglo-Saxon world, you know what is a true day of rest. You call it Sabbath, interestingly enough. You know what is the true holidays, more or less. You know the dietary laws. Oh, yes, you do know it. Because you're Israelites, and because that has been retained in your psyche somewhere. It's somewhere in your awareness. That's what makes you different from the rest of the world. In your laws, you still have sanctity of life. I remember when I was reading the statute of the London police. Oh my! If a policeman has a founded doubt, a suspicion that there is an animal being abused in a premise, whatever premise, that same policeman has the right to break into your house. What a level of awareness, you know. What a respect for the sanctity of all life. Here in gentle society, he loves animals. What a fool! What an idiot! He loves cats. He loves dogs. He feeds those poor stray cats and dogs. The country is full of stray cats and dogs. Can you imagine that? No, you cannot. Because you cannot imagine yourself walking down the street to your lovely American little town, or English little town, or Australian little town without, stray, and then all of a sudden you see stray, you see a whole litter because somebody threw away a whole litter of cats or dogs. Brethren, you cannot imagine that. But that's a common place here in Gentile world. The difference, I'm trying to tell you the difference between the mindsets. Anyhow, in 2016, we joined Continued Church of God. We had one person who is no longer with us, thankfully, because his character is awful and he is just full of himself and so proud and haughty. But anyway, he was all of a sudden lobbying for Bob Thiel and lobbying for Bob Thiel and Bob Thiel and Bob Thiel and this, that, and the other. And it happened, I can't remember that, but Bob Thiel does, that he some time ago sent me a question to which I responded very quickly, and he was very thankful for that. I can't even remember that, but anyway, so I just read one of the Bob Thiel's sermons about the 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, about the man of sin, the son of perdition. Okay, that made sense. And then I just wrote a nice message to him. I said, we're studying your materials. And then he began trying to convince me to join the Continued Church of God. Why don't you join? I said, there's one thing I said that just puts me off, and that's the hierarchical government. Because I've got very bad experience with hierarchy, and the men on the top of the hierarchy who have betrayed me, lied to me, abused me, and in one case marginalized me, and just because I was obviously a threat to something. I don't know what was I a threat to. Perhaps I'm a threat to them because I think with my own mind, because I'm not, I can't stand that communist type of behavior. We just issue orders and you just follow orders. That's how some people understand the government of God. And I'll come back to the government of God because I'm already a bit sick and tired of the totally unfounded accusations that Hope of Israel does not have a Philadelphian form of the government of God. Total lie, we do. And sadly, to many of you, and to cause you to laugh, I happen to be on the top of that hierarchy, even though that wasn't my choice. But anyway, the how things developed, it just happened to be that way. So, and then Bob Thiel said to me, but it's not how it used to be. The government of God was to be applied totally differently from what it was in the past. So you don't have to worry about that, this, that, and the other. Okay. So I fasted one night and one day, and I prayed, and I said, okay, all right. I thought I never wanted to be an independent Christian, brethren. I don't understand what it is an independent Christian. We always have to depend on God and God alone. We also have to depend on Jesus Christ, so I cannot be independent. And yes, if God structured his church in a Philadelphian style, then obviously some of us have to be part of that hierarchy, and the rest of us have to be ruled by that hierarchy. I'm okay. I'm okay with that, but I'm not okay with how that hierarchy is being abused. And it has been abused even to this day. So anyway, basically 2016, sometimes it was about February, I think, I just fasted and prayed, and then had a meeting with a couple of members who were very keen to become part of Continued Church of God, male and female, and people very carnal in this way. And anyway, they later, of course, dropped out of the church, which is okay. But nevertheless, I just, without any announcement, the following Sabbath, with all the people who were in the call, and by the way, we have been using Skype, and we've been using modern technology to serve God all along, much before we even were part of Continued Church of God. And if their members are honest, they would have to confess to you that I was the one who introduced them to Skype, and I was the one who just showed them how to use Skype, and I was the one who was collecting them being scattered from everywhere, from North Ireland to Australia. I was the one who tried to integrate Africa into Skype calling. Never worked, of course, because they always tell you, beloved, yes, beloved brother, with their smile and stuff. They never do anything. But if you just tell them you can send them some money, then they're just keenly interested, especially those in Kenya. We've had very good experience with Kenya, and I'm very glad for that. We've learned so much. Anyway, I just announced to the attendees that from this time on will be Continued Church of God, and I said I'm not going to take any vote on that. I'm not going to ask you what you think about it. I'm just announcing this to you. So I just, you might say, displayed, if you wish, a Philadelphian government. No voting, nothing, and anyway, everybody just agreed to stay. And that's how, as a congregation, Serbian congregation, we became part of CCOG. I won't say anything bad about either its overseer or whatever. He used to be my friend. I used to really work with him, and I was in a faithful service to CCOG for 7 years, and I did my best to be an obedient part of the government of God. Little did I realize that I would become a part of that hierarchy, because shortly after our joining, I think it was in August 2016, Bob Thiel called through Skype, interestingly enough, and he asked me if I was willing to go to Africa. Now, it happened that those days, constantly, when it comes to CCOG, there was constantly Africa was the main center of attention. So there were these various lovely reports from Africa and so on. And I thought, oh, how interesting it would be. How would it be if I happened to be in Africa? How would that look like? Oh, well, it didn't take too long for me to discover that. When the call came in and the offer, the whole congregation was just about on the Sabbath meeting, so the whole congregation heard when I was offered, and I enthusiastically accepted to go to Africa, thinking that would be a very good and nice experience. When I was in Africa, I've only noticed while there that there were some. First of all, I grew up in a Gentile society, so you cannot fool me with Gentile tricks. That's number one. I noticed already that when I was tricks, I was constantly trying to be, well, they were trying to impress me with the numbers, you know. I spent much time, because we traveled around the country to various remote congregations, and I was sent to Kenya with the mission to strengthen them in the teachings of the Bible, and also I went there with the mission that overseer Bob Thiel told me, that see what they might need. I'm telling you, perhaps, well, it's interesting for all you to know all of this, because just to see that my heart was in the work, and I was not really, as they're trying to portray me now, a bad person who has no love for. I knew there were certain health risks and hazards if I go to Africa, but I just prayed to God and I went. Regardless, I'm now being portrayed as I have no love. Could you believe I have no love for the brethren? That's the image they're trying to spread about me now. Those who called me brother until recently, they're trying to spread that image of me, but that's fine. That's fine, because they cannot be more wrong anyway. And I wish if they endured and experienced half of what I, as a Christian, had to endure and survive. But anyway. So I went to Africa anyhow, and I noticed, however, that some of those congregations had a different name. It wasn't Continued Church of God. It'll be like Church of God, Seventh-day Jerusalem. In the address of the main person in Kenya and Africa, I don't have to mention his name, but in any way, in his address, he would mention that the soon they'll have cemented floors, roof sheets were coming, and all of that. Okay, I noticed that. All right. Then I thought, oh well, I wonder how much of the truth these people understand. I could never really know that. I only noticed that in every congregation, of all the hymnal that we have, there was always hymn number 1 was being sang, because the leading man would start blessed and happy, and then others will follow that. And I wondered, because they were all in association with CCOG longer before I thought, isn't that possible they didn't learn any more of the hymnal? So there was constantly this impression that was trying to be forced upon me, how wonderful the work is. It's growing in Africa. It's so numerous, and the main man, Evan Soching, is basically dying, serving all of those people. Okay, but I'm not impressed with numbers, brethren, and Hope of Israel will never be impressed with numbers, because I follow what Mr. Armstrong told us once. And it showed to be true on various occasions in my life. Every time people deal with the numbers, it's a recipe for disaster. how many people would respond, how many people would join, how much income can we have, how many if we put this ad up, how many subscriptions we would get, how many this, how many that. Every time you deal with numbers, brethren, it's recipe for disaster. So I'm not into the numbers, and Hope of Israel will never be into the numbers anyway. In the meantime, some 5 years ago, that will be about 2017, so sometimes before I return, when I returned from Africa and so on, I just later, 2 years later, I'll go to Manipur. That was a lovely experience. I was so happy with those people who were dropped by one of the main churches and falsely accused of being Pentecostal. Nothing Pentecostal is there. And there were all kinds of things that these big organized churches, hierarchical, do, friends, brethren, that are just... I sometimes wonder how much of that is the self-initiative of certain local ministers, pastors, whatever, and how much of that is a church policy. I don't know. But one of the stupidity, for example, a man in Manipur was denied baptism because he never attended Feast of Tabernacles, for example. So the requirements for attending the baptism was to have a perfect Sabbath record and attendance of Feast of Tabernacles. Well, how can you attend the Feast of Tabernacles if you don't even know what is a Feast of Tabernacles? Plus, this young man came from the neighboring country, Myanmar, or former Burma, and he was a Baptist. He didn't know. He just learned while in Manipur. He learned about Sabbath, and then he would begin learning about this. So how could he fulfill requirement to attend the feast, before being baptized? It doesn't make any sense. And when it comes to baptism, really, it doesn't make any sense what some people do. Mr. Armstrong was very clear. Mr. Armstrong would even, brethren, to your shock now, Mr. Armstrong would even baptize people who were smokers still, people who ate pork. He would baptize them as soon as he saw their willingness to be taught and change. Because he always had this logic. They first get baptized, and then after that comes the teachings that change them. That's recorded, brethren. I have it in all the various materials that I've saved from Ambassador College, that I've downloaded from internet, and I'm very thankful to our friend Craig White from Australia, who has gone to a certain huge lengths in order to gather all the written material from history of WCG, from anything that you might think about, teaching tools, magazines, whatever. He himself used to publish Origin of Nations, and I've kept all of those magazines. It's all online. You can just find it. It's precious material. And we've been friends. We met last year finally, because I was there for the feast, sent for the Feast of Tabernacles, and we met there. And that's another episode that is very worthy of all of this. So in the meantime, I had a collection of books, and I thought, well, I'm going to have this private library. How shall I name it? I'm like, well, Hope of Israel, of course. Just remember Jeremiah 17. I was like, yes, indeed, Hope of Israel. Because Hope of Israel is hope of all the nations. All the nations will be grafted into Israel. Oh, sorry about those of you who think it's a racist. Oh, really? Tell God that he's a racist. Why would he have a model nation? Because he decided to have a role model nation. Because look how people behave today. They just follow their role models. They're actors, they're singers, all kinds of stupidities, fashion fads, whatever comes out on TV. They worship TV, they worship cars, they worship appliances. Why did God have a role model? Because role model is somebody you can follow. And just like I had my good role model, my aunt Matilda, why wouldn't anybody else have a good role model anyway? So God decided to have a role model, and he had it. Or that is, his will was to have it, but the role model constantly wanted to be pagans. House of Israel constantly was backsliding to be pagans. When they entered into the promised land, they became even worse. Because until then, we have no incident of them sacrificing children to their god Baal. All of a sudden, once they entered into the promised land, God told them, do not inquire how those nations serve their gods, because, no, do not do that. And do not say, we shall follow We shall follow their role model. No, do not say that, but no, Israel was always smarter than God, under quotation mark. No, Israel just went and whored with all those other gods, and what happened then? What happened is what it says in Leviticus 26, the pivotal Old Testament prophecy. Based on that prophecy, all the prophets, brethren, all the prophets warned the house of Judah and house of Israel that God was going to punish them, and they're still warning. We are still warning you here in the hope of Israel that God is going to punish you, Israel after flesh. He is going to punish you because He gave you laws. You have certain awareness that other Gentiles do not have. He's going to punish you worse than any other nation. You're going to lose your lands. You're going to lose your freedom. You're going to lose everything. And neo-Nazi Europe is rising, brethren. Oh yeah, oh no, Germans to do that. Yes, Germans, exactly. Their national character has not changed. They're the ruling Herrenvolk. They're the master race in their mind. And you have offended them, you Anglo-Saxons in particular, because you defeated them in 2 world wars. Oh, haven't they forgiven us? No, they have not. No, they have not. They're just waiting. And look what they're doing now. And I said, oh, how many times I did in Serbian before even hope of Israel. I said, brethren, Britain is going to leave United Europe. For years I preached that over the social networks in Serbian. And then when Britain finally left, one of my cousins wrote to me, cousin, I'm the first one who didn't trust you, but now I see you were right. My response to him was, cousin, it's not I. The Bible has been right all along. I learned it from the Bible. Because why? Because I know the identity of Great Britain. And I knew that they would read through Gentile mind of Germans and German intentions. And I knew they would leave. And Mr. Armstrong preached about that much before I did, brethren. Something else I said in Serbian. As soon as they leave, friends and relatives, somebody's going to open a drawer and there will be another shock. Plan for European army. Because Britain was the only country in European Union preventing European army from coming into the place. But I said, you'll see, as soon as they get, as the Germans, as soon as, supposedly they were just so sad. Oh, Britain is leaving our European family. Rubbish. Rubbish and hypocrisy. As soon as Britain left, exactly what happened was, the drawers opened and here comes the German Defense Ministry. A plan for, guess what? European army. Oh, there we go. And that's exactly how they fool your American administration. Oh, they come and say, we are your ally. We are your most trusting ally in Europe. You know, we denazified. Oh, no, the Nazi, it's a past. Don't worry. No, it's behind us. We are there in Europe to carry out your interests and defend your interests. Oh, great America. And of course, silly doves Americans always fall for their acting. And then silly dove America does even more. Oh, they're our allies now. Well, why don't we just invite them to show them our air forces and all that we have? Or perhaps we can even train their pilots. Oh, yes, of course you can. But you know what, friends, brethren? Do you think the German Secret Service is asleep? Meanwhile, you're showing your wonderful ally, under quotation mark, your wonderful ally, all of your aircraft might and all of your military might. Do you think the German intelligence is asleep? Let me tell you one thing that you should know. Former Yugoslavia was something what is today Europe. We were integrated, South Slavic people were integrated much better than Europe. Former Yugoslavia was the 4th might in the world when it comes to military power. The economy of former Yugoslavia was booming, and it would have reached probably amazing proportions, but it was what? Oh, it was a rival to European Union. They could not stand to have a rival. So what they did? Well, in the 80s of the last century, German Secret Service just sent its spies all over the country to see who they could possibly bribe to make a war, split Yugoslavia into small little nations like they've already achieved. And it's not enough because they want to split now Serbia into even smaller units. So to split form Yugoslavia, then we can just suck them into our European Union one by one. But they'll be weak. Each one of them alone will be weak enough to be a rival to us. And each one of them we can just neutralize by sucking them in. Plus, all these bad Serbs, you know, they were on the Allies. They were with Allies, with the Western Allies in both World Wars. They were always on the right side, and they also defeated us. So we need to punish them. And exactly that is what they're doing to us right now. And all these things with Kosovo and all of these things that you might hear in your news from time to time, you don't even understand what it is, but we understand what it is. It's a German punishment for my nation, brethren. Because we did not accept their Herrenvolk, their master race. And we were on the side of all allies, Western and Eastern. We were Russian allies, we were American allies and British allies. And some good old Americans and British would know that. And if you ask them, they will be very ashamed of what America and Britain have done to Serbia, especially about the bombing in 1999 when all the Serbian infrastructure was completely destroyed. At least 3,000 people killed. But they were called collateral damage by NATO, you know, collateral damage. Oh, NATO is destroying military targets. Oh, but how come that you hit with your missiles, you hit this apartment building or the... Oh, well, it's just collateral damage. What can we do? Oh, what can we do? Well, you can do nothing, but one of these days the lovely ally, false ally called Germany, and in Psalm 83 it is even prophesied with whom is going to be destroying all the Israelites, including the state of Israel, sadly. But it's prophesied. Anyhow, European army, brethren, it's there. Oh, it's called European Border Police right now, but don't worry, brethren, Germans. Germans are developing the GPS for Europe, Germans are developing satellites, and Germans, there is no way you can hide from them. When the Great Tribulation comes, rest assured, there is no place to hide. When Serbia was bombed, the former Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright, said to the president of Serbia, oh, don't worry, we can spy on you from satellites. We can even hear what your cooks are speaking there in the basement. Brethren, satellites will be developed, GPS will be developed, the European army will be developed. There is no way you can hide anywhere. Unless, if you are not zealous for the work of God, brethren, if we just fall and become all Laodiceans, there is no way we can fight. We can just count on being, if we are alive, incarcerated in their Nazi concentration camps. Now, if you didn't know, if you're not aware, what does that mean? Well, just read about the Holocaust, whatever, and then you will know. But this time it won't be the Holocaust of the Jews, only this time it will be the Holocaust of Ephraim, if you wish, because Ephraim, being the oldest and being the leader of the 10 tribes, is considered to be, when you say Ephraim, he considered the 10 tribes, to which all the Anglo-Saxon people belong to. And, of course, a set of nations in Western Europe. In any case, back to our story, 2016 we, Serbian congregation, as a formed congregation, joined with services that we held every Sabbath and holidays we held to the best of our understanding and knowledge and ability. With all the things we had, we just as a formed congregation joined CCOG. We were very surprised to find out that there was no CCOG congregation. There were no organized meetings on the Sabbath, because holy convocation is integral part of the Sabbath keeping. We were surprised, and then when I went to Africa the next day when I was ordained there, that's okay, but I noticed, first of all, some churches didn't have the name Continued Church of God. Other churches were being promised to have their floors paved, and I don't know, their church buildings being done and built. I noticed, and I just kept a journal, and I just basically recorded all the things that I noticed. But I noticed even worse, brethren. I noticed worse their treatment of animals. Them throwing rubbish out of the window, out of car window. And I know it's not only me who have seen it. Those who went there after me have seen the same. That was horrendous, and I've kept it in my... And many times with Bob Thiel, I would just start the conversation. I would just say, I'm very reserved about Africa. I don't even know how much truth is coming out of there. And I said, there is one more thing that bothers me. I'm not sure how much of the truth those people do understand. Because, brethren, I noticed when I mentioned Europe, when I mentioned the role of Germany, when I mentioned Holocaust, they don't even know what Holocaust is, brethren, because they live in their own, just like you Americans live in your own world, and you cannot fathom that there is a society without freedom. There is a society without part-time job. There is a society where there are no tests A, B, C, D, and pick the right answer. Just like you can understand, the people in Africa just simply have their own myopic world, their own problems. They've got no idea about the rest of the world. So I was wondering how much they understand the Bible prophecy in particular, because you have to understand the Bible prophecy. How can you understand the revival of the Holy Roman Empire if you don't understand the history of Europe? And yes, I know that history is a very boring and disgusting subject, the way how they made it at school. But brethren, history is very exciting because God has been involved in historical events all along. There was only nobody there to explain it to you, but I will. There is only one. What motivated me to read the Bible, there was only one when my history teacher said that the Bible was the first historical book. She did not explain how and why, but I later thought, oh yeah, that makes sense. Because remember the book of Daniel. The book of Daniel will have all the 4 major kingdoms prophesied. Yeah, it's right there. From Roman Empire to the European Union today. So, can we say that that's the first historic book? Yeah, sure we can. Sure we can, because the prophet Daniel gives us outline of all the empires as they come and go. But anyway, I'll spend some time. There used to be church and Europe together. There used to be like a booklet, like a magazine in the past, and I'll have to go with you through that because, brethren, you have to understand the beast. You have to understand that beast that you read about in the book of Revelation in New Testament. You have to understand how it was rising and falling. The last fall was the defeat of Hitler and Mussolini. Mussolini was obsessed with the Roman Empire, with restoration of the Roman Empire. Did you know that, brethren? Did you know that? So, I have to go with you through all of those things. You have to understand it. You see, the problem with Africa was it's myopic. Their vision was myopic. But I thought it was my duty and the duty of all the church to teach them, to tell them, to do something about it. But nobody was done about it. You know, got flowery reports from Africa, how this congregation all of a sudden here, joined here, that congregation there, this country, this guy. One of our members here in Serbia, the people in Serbia are not stupid. They're just all of our membership. We've got about... We have 5 baptized members and equal number of unbaptized members, and here and there few of the other people who are sympathizers. But anyway, people of Serbia are not stupid enough. And then sometimes in 2022, after about several years in the continued Church of God, people began asking me questions. Like there was one witty question from one member who is very witty. He said, 10,000. We have 10,000 members in Africa. Well, supposedly, of course. I knew by that time when he asked a question, I knew it was a lie. But 10,000, supposedly 10,000 questions. All right, 10,000 members. Does that mean, since we're a Philadelphia remnant, does that mean that we're going to have in a place of safety 10,000 black Africans and just a handful of us whites and so on? Of course, he knew it was a witty and funny question, and he knew he was facetious, but anyway, he asked it. I said, of course not. Because I said to him, I don't even know how many of those people in Africa are really converted. That's what really always concerned me, brethren, because I always felt, I always felt that something was missing there. I always tried to suggest, let's make an anonymous survey. Let's have, several questions in that anonymous survey. Show that to the local congregations. Let's hear the answers and let's see what they do not understand. Because if there is one thing that was always emphasized in Continuing Church of God, was prophecy and prophecy and prophecy. But practical Christian life, very little. But prophecy and prophecy, All right. And I was considering, well, okay, how much of that prophecy is understood by people there? Because I was there, and I didn't really get much. I had a problem because in the midst of my preaching in one of the churches, I mentioned the word Holocaust. And the guy who was my translator, who happened to be actually even a student from America, they didn't even know what is Holocaust. They didn't know how to translate it. And I thought, well, wait a second. If they don't know about the major traumatic event like Holocaust in the world history, how much or other things they wouldn't understand. Oh, speaking of Africa, let me tell you something else. It's an anecdote I heard many years ago. The various witches in Africa and those who use demons and manipulate with demons. During the Second World War, they could not really manipulate much because there were not much demons left in Africa. Somebody said to one of our members back in those days that all those demons went to Europe to serve Hitler, so there was not much of them left in Africa, so they could not really exercise their powers, because those witch doctors and stuff, they exercise powers unless you're converted. Anyway, I'll come back to witch doctors in a minute. But anyway, I came back home after Africa with some of my doubts. Shortly after that, a man who was not part of CCOG, a man from another church, I'm not sure if he's still part of that big church, but if he is, it's fine. If he's not, that's okay. A man contacted me and said that there were elections held here in Kenya. How can we teach others if we ourselves first don't give good example? What do you mean? I said. Oh, he said, Evan Soching and his son Braddock's, his son Braddock's actually was running for the seat in the National Assembly of Kenya. I was shocked. And that wasn't the only shocking thing that I saw when I was with Evans. What I saw with Evans was also, Evans told me how he took one of his sons to Kenyan military, and his son is now a cadet. He was so proud, as he told, and I was like, wait a second, doesn't he know that true Christians are not involved in warfare? But I heard what he said, and I kept it quiet. Then I asked him something else, and he would say, oh, I have to ask Sosten about it. Sosten was a member in Malawi, and I remember that he was disfellowshipped, as Bob Thiel told me, because of his adultery. Oh, okay. I'm like, why would he now talk to Sosten about something? So he's in touch with somebody who is disfellowshipped. Another disturbing thing. Third disturbing thing, there were some young guys, 3 of them, I think, one named Job. I remember him very well. And about 3 guys working at the farm, serving as shepherds and stiffs and things like that. And this what you're passing is disgusting advertisement. I think for the circus. I don't go to circus because I think it's abuse of animals, by the way. And I would very much encourage all the true Christians not to go to circuses. If you love animals, keep animals and care for them, but don't go to circuses when they force animals to do things that are not natural. Anyway, but yes, sometimes in my town you see you have this car going around and announcing there is a circus in your town. Yeah, sure. I've had enough circus in the Church of God, frankly, brethren, that I don't need more circus with animals. But in any case, back to the and the man said, let me give you, the national radio has just announced the election results. And of course, I alerted quickly Bob Thiel, and yes, Bob Thiel quickly established that it was true. And both, Evan Soching and his son Braddock's promised to him that Bob Thiel said to Braddock's, you cannot be a deacon if you are in. But what happened was later I learned that Braddock's was part of another Church of God that permitted elections. That was before he was supposedly in CCOJ. Braddock's was ordained a deacon as well as I during the Nairobi conference. Evans was ordained an evangelist. But I was thinking, okay, this is all now very strange, getting very, very strange. And I alerted Bob Thiel to this. Bob Thiel reacted quickly, and these two promised that they would not get into elections again, And Bob Thiel informed me that, they promised and so on. Then later there was a funeral somewhere in Kenya, and one of the local deacons there that I used to appreciate very much and helped before I realized that I was being fooled, just like many of us Muzungus or white people, because he had a compound and his church building was perfect. It was built through sponsorship of who knows what church anyway, because those people there are known for church hopping and doing all kinds of things to milk money from the West. So the church was very good building, and I said to him, why are you tenant? Why don't you just live in this building? Oh, he had some whatever excuse. They always have excuse, of course. They either have excuse or they just seemingly agree with you, but then just dismiss you as soon as you turn back and go away from them. In any case, because then I thought, because he promised to me that I said, you should, you have this piece of land here, you should just grow some vegetables, and perhaps that will just solve your hunger and hunger of some. There were about 8 members in that congregation, but the church building was absolutely perfect. For all of our Western standards, it was absolutely marvelous. Well built, nice windows, good construction, roomy. So I helped him. In fact, I even asked others in CCOG to help with that, and they did. I was neglecting my own needs, and I helped him, I helped him dig a well. I helped him install electricity there, that he would then tell me that, he could not, the soil is very poor quality, so he cannot really plant anything. And then at that point I realized that I was being scammed, and I was being used, brethren, misused by a deacon, by the way, by a deacon in Kenya, yes, on the border with Tanzania. So now you will know who he is. I won't mention his name because I don't think that many of them are worthy to be mentioned their name, but I'll have to mention to some people so that we will just prevent this further abuse. And anyway, we learned, yes, that deacon happened to be at the funeral, and then those others attending the funeral asked, supposedly, if that's true what he said, because you never know what is true. Those people just Gentile mindset, brethren. They can lie to you without even any remorse. Oh no, you can't get it, of course. Yes, I know you cannot understand it, but that's how it is. You trust me if you wish. If you don't, I wish you all to have some experience with that gentle mindset, and then you'll see what I'm talking about. Anyway, so that deacon heard how the response from Evans and Braddock's was, well, no, they cannot really, they will not participate in the election again because it's too expensive. Too expensive, I was thinking. Wait a second, because I know they have regular money flowing from California to them, and I thought, well, wait a second, who paid for those expenses anyway? When I raised it up with the overseer here, he just dismissed it. Oh, no. Evans assured him that he was not using church money for that. I was like, oh well. So you see, all of those things were just the beginning, and I was very, very, very disappointed already with Africa. And then Evans asked me in one of the correspondence how that I should help him get some money, because on his farm he has got some let's call it facility which he used in the past as a school, and then he wanted to turn that facility and build some more for the people to keep the feast at his farm. And he asked me for money. I said, shame on you, I said, shame on you, Because all the church money that we, as far as we knew, in the continued Church of God, all the money we had was going to Africa, Africa, and Africa, as if no other continents, no other areas in the world did exist. Africa and Africa. And all of our tithe money goes to Africa. Thankfully, we in Serbia, some of us are employed, many of us are not because of the Sabbath and the other problems, but some of us are employed. Thankfully, we never, you know, the money we had, the tithe money was enough for us to keep us here going with our church activities rather than sending to anything. So thankfully, we didn't send one single dollar or dinar, in our case, to that place. But nevertheless, we have heard all the time, all the things. Africa is poor. Yes, we understand that. And all of our tithing is going to Africa. All the tithes go to Africa to help the poor people in Africa. Interesting enough. And for a decade, they've been now in touch with they've been associated with Continued Church of God. How many of those people in Africa are self-sufficient? Except for one who is known to us in Malawi to be stealing whatever is donated. He steals and puts in his shop. He might be only self-sufficient, but he's self-sufficient through deceit and money abuse. How many people in Kenya are self-sufficient, brethren? 0. Is that how the government of God should be working? Is that how God's money is supposed to be squandered? Even worse. You know, the overseer says, well, I don't take any salary from the church, which is true, which is commendable, which is marvelous. Which is marvelous that he doesn't. But then, you know, there was, when we said, but look, but God's money being squandered there. Oh, no, it's not squandered. No, it's the money I earned, but because, you know, I've just given it to the church, it's not God's money, it's my money, so it's not being squandered. I was like, I heard that recently, somebody told me, I'm like, oh, please. What kind of circular reasoning, as one of my friends called it, what kind of circular reasoning is that? Isn't all the money that we have God's money, brethren? Anyway, that was 2017. I was reporting, so shouldn't have response been it's too expensive. Shouldn't response be, look, friends, it's unchristian, it's not Christian, it's contrary to God's law, it's contrary to the Bible, so we're not going to be in the elections anymore. No, that was not the response. The response was, it's too expensive. Then I realized, well, of course. Those people in Africa, in Kenya in particular, are not willing to change. Then I thought, wait a second, when I was among them, really, I wonder how many of them were really converted. How many of them were there because they wanted to live a Christian way of life? How many were there because they wanted to follow what the Bible says? And how many of them were there for their personal gain? Because, you know, there was always some money coming from the West, so they could at least get crumbs, if not the main part. They could at least get crumbs, and that, you know, that can just keep them going. And then, you know, they're never well off enough. They're not self-sufficient, but at the same time, they're dependent. So, you know, they'll just keep them tied to the Continued Church of God, and that's it. And I was thinking, how much of all of that is just a sham? How much of all of that is just a lie? But, you know, we constantly had this reports from Africa. Oh, I don't know how many people. We don't even know where they come from. Who used to pastor them? How did they get converted? Who converted? Through whom? Who baptized them? We never know. No, nothing. In the meantime, I organized, as I mentioned, Skype services, brethren. Because I was added to the forum, electronic forum, of CCOG, of which I have nothing positive much to say, except that I promised that in my inaugural speech I shall apologize to Andre Nelson, a young man who just because he was defending the truth and attacking one of the heretics who was on that forum. I said that I would apologize. I think I promised him I'll apologize in my inaugural speech for all the unpleasant things he had. Because he attacked that heretic. I was by that time, after a while, I just left that forum because I couldn't waste my time anymore with that. Because there were plenty of people with their own ideas. Some wanted to have gun ownership. Others have some other ideas. And there was always a core of those who hated me, you know. One was from Canada, 2 were in the States, that 3, and they were always, as soon as I joined that forum, as if they wanted, you would think, because CCOG didn't have much of the preaching cadre. And I remember that Bob Thiel asked me to give a sermonette when he came first time in Serbia, and I delivered a sermonette on 10 virgins. And I imagine right after my sermonette, his wife said, "Oh, you're such a good speaker." So CCOG, first of all, doesn't have many good speakers. CCOG doesn't have any Ambassador College alumnus. I was the only one. And here was I, and on the suggestion of Bob Thiel, I was added to that forum. And you would think that members of the forum would be delighted, I guess, to have an elder there, especially an elder who had a library, Hope of Israel library, which he basically, in that library, he basically have stashed and preserved all kinds of excellent materials, old worldwide Church of God teachings, including difficult scriptures, scriptures that all these nominal Christians twist and turn, and by doing that they attack the law of God and the true Christian way of life. You would think it would be a blessing that a person like that would join a forum, that electronic forum, that a person like that would be there. You would think it would be a blessing. But no, you wouldn't believe. Oh, that the forum, well, when I said to Bob Thiel, this is useless, what kind of Philadelphian forum it is, because CCOG is supposedly a Philadelphian remnant, and supposedly the only Philadelphian remnant. I said, what kind of use is this for? Oh, people need to have point of connectedness. That's exactly what he told me. So, I just thought they should, I just gave forum to be run by these 2 other people, and he's not even part of the forum. His wife is on the forum, so if there is any urgent problem, she reports it to him. But I said to him, I understand point of connectedness. That's easy, but this is not a forum that spreads the truth. This is the forum that spreads all kinds of heresies. So after a while, I left the forum because it was useless. Because all the things that I would just read them, write to them from the old worldwide Church of God. Mind you, there's supposed to be a continuation of Philadelphian work. All the things I wrote from the worldwide Church of God, all the difficult scriptures, various things, and sometimes I would spend half a day. Because keep in mind that English is not my native tongue, as you can probably see it and feel it. I would sometimes spend half a day just to write everything in clear English, as clear as I could get, to make sure that everybody understood it. And half of my day would just go. Half of my day meaning I wouldn't clean the house. I needed to, get something to eat. I needed this. I would just sacrifice it all for the sake of forum, and then I just gave up. I thought this is just useless. If people don't appreciate it, if they don't need all of this, why should I bother about it? By the way, the difficult scriptures, the other day I made it finally the official explanation for the Hope of Israel. And I explained in those difficult scriptures how I came to that, how I got into that script. I don't know who is the author. I don't care. I just give all the credits to the authors, and I just typed it into a computer because it was a bound bunch of papers, which I just destroyed when I had anointing oil, which I brought to Kenya, by the way, and I was the only one anointing the sick in that country. I brought that anointing oil to Kenya, and somehow it just spilled over all those papers, as I just didn't realize that that my anointing oil bottle was open, so it was destroyed. And then I sat down and I just retyped it all, and now it's available to everyone. I put it even on internet, on Facebook, I put it so that other nominal Christians could see it, and I just shared it with you here. And that's a precious material, brethren. That's so precious material that I have no words how to. It's worth 1,000 booklets on doctrine, because it's a synthesis of all that we had in WCG. Those people who typed it, they just collected all of those difficult scriptures. They were just, from all the sermons they heard, from booklets they read, from articles they read, they just took all that experience and explained those scriptures. What else could one wish? What else could a Philadelphian wish? I'm asking. But the electronic forum of CCOG was not really interested. They were interested in just, their chit-chats. A social club, you might say. And, if you read History of the Church by Dr. Herman Hay, he described what is the social club equal to in the last days. And he predicted that in the last day the church will be like a social club. Not interested in the work, but in a social club. And that was my impression, that CCOG forum, and I just left. And ever since then, there was this fame that follows me, that I have I have zeal for the truth. That's what the one of the leader of that forum said. But I have no love for the brethren. My answer to him was, look, if love for the brethren is to tolerate heresies, yes, I have no love for the brethren. I hate heresies. I cannot stand them. And why should I? After the forum, I'm back now to Andre Nelson. Andre Nelson says, Sasha, did you see this? Terry LaFrance has written something about the pyramids, about aliens and all that. No, I said, friend, I'm not on that forum anymore, but okay, tell me what it is. Let me see the latest heresy on the forum. He shared it with me and he said, I need to respond. I said, please do. You're a part of the forum. I'm not. So I'm just staying away from there. You're a full-fledged part of that forum, so please respond. And there was only one misformulation he had. He wanted to say, as you publicly share this, I'm publicly sharing this rebuke. That's what Andre wanted to say, but instead he said, I'm rebuking you publicly. Yeah. But let me tell you now the secret to those of you who didn't know. He shared with me every word that he wrote in response. And I said to him, yes, send it. And he did. The reaction of the forum. Oh, how dare he? He is so young. How he... Instead of all of them being adult members of a Philadelphian remnant standing up for the truth, they basically attacked the young man, zealous young man. They attacked him for being so young. How could he dare to say to somebody something like that? Shame. Then I said to his father as well, I said, shame on you as well. I said, hang your head in shame. Your son stood up for the truth instead of all of you jumping up and saying, yes, bravo, young man. That's the generation we need to see. That's a Philadelphia. You all just stood up for the heresy. Stupidity about pyramids being built by aliens and all of that rubbish. You call that Philadelphian remnant? Thank you, brethren. I'm not a Philadelphian. If that's what you think Philadelphian is Philadelphian, no. I'm not part of that. And I promised to Andrew I would apologize to him. And I'm apologizing to him now. As much as I'm going to apologize in a minute to many of you others who were misunderstood and who were sadly victims of such kind of Laodicean attitude, if that's Laodicean at all. Because I said to Bob Thiel, I wonder how many... Oh, he said, why do you wonder? He said, there's so many unconverted people there. But even worse, I said, they're unconverted. They're supposed to be learning the true doctrines of the Bible. Instead, they're being fed all these stupidities and all these heresies about aliens, about pyramids, about you name it. You name it. Terrible. But brethren, all those even difficult to understand scriptures are explained in now official manual you have received, which is worth 1,000 or 10,000 or even 100,000 copies, because all the WCG gist of the WCG experience, doctrines, teachings, understandings is there in that manual. And all you need to do is just, do we understand about Nephilim? Genesis 6. All right, let's see it. We are not sure. Let's see it. You grab your manual, you open it up, you find, Genesis 6. You find a quote, relevant quote, and then there is an explanation of those difficult scriptures, brethren. That's one of the most precious things I could have done in my life. In my turbulent life, I preserved difficult scriptures. Thanks to all of those who composed it sometimes in the 90s or 80s of the last century. If any of them hears it, I've preserved it. It's all now typed out. And it was my Passover gift for 2018. But now that we are Hope of Israel, I just made it official explanation. So to Andre Nelson, my sincere apology on behalf of all those unconverted, Laodicean, half-converted, thought to be the only Philadelphian in the world. My sincere apology to you, Andre. You were right in what your response. I was the one who backed it up. So please hate me. And I don't want to be a part of a church that has this kind of confusion. Brethren, confusion is not of God. So much for the forum, and I apologize to Andre. I've kept my word. I've just remembered that I've just promised to him that I would, in my inaugural speech, that I would indeed, inaugural speech. I'm speaking without any notes, by the way, brethren, because I thought that would be the best way to address you from my mind and sincerely as I do. Anyway, so that was my disappointment with the forum. I was already disappointed with Kenya. I was disappointed with forum. I thought, all right. And then sometimes in 2022, after me, the very zealous young man Andre went to Africa with his father Terry and his brother. Andre was always very cooperative, and Andre was the one who asked me, well, Terry also contacted me before he went. He said, do you have any advice? I said, just don't give them money. They need seeds, they need whatever, but just keep very alert. Andre approached me as well as a friend, and I said, Andre, listen to me. Listen to me. This is important. When you go there, just keep the journal. Whatever you find that is illogical, that violates common sense, that doesn't seem right to you, I just said, keep writing. Keep writing, Andre, I said, because one of these days it might be very important. And Andre, being perfectly submitted to the government of God, exactly heeded my advice. And then he alerted his father to certain things. And then we discovered the various main things that we didn't know. Among other things, we discovered that in 2022 there were another Kenyan elections, and guess what? Guess what? Braddock's Oma Ochieng, again, his name was on the election list. Now, I could no longer keep any secret from the Serbian brethren, because on Braddock's Facebook profile, there were various posters, rallies, everything else that would support Braddock's nomination for some kind of office. I was shocked. I noticed it, but another Serbian member said to me, did you see Braddock's profile? I said, yes, I did. I said, they're making exactly the same thing that they promised they would not do. When I contacted Bob Thiel about it, Bob Thiel said, oh no, somebody actually, used Braddock's name to put his name on the list. I was like, wait a second. Even in a country like Kenya, such a felony, it's so notorious, obnoxious, obvious. First of all, who would dare do that? But on the other hand, in Kenya, if you have enough money, you can just bribe people to do all kinds of things. But still, would the election board be so that dumb and whatever? Now, of course, Terry Nelson wasn't lazy enough. Terry Nelson just went ahead and even paid to the election board certain money to get all the documents. And sure enough, the same passport number that Braddock's used in 2017, he used again. There was his signature, and there was the receipt of money paid for Kenyan elections. We wonder again whose money was used. Now, if he was willing to give all that money, I'm not sure about it. And supposedly, But then the further the story develops. You have all the documents, and then all of a sudden, well, supposedly Evans didn't know what his son was doing. Well, I'm really wondering, because Evans and his son Braddock are very close. In fact, when I was in Kenya, Braddock was our driver. And I remember when in one of our conversations, I just basically caught him that he didn't understand that we were not supposed to be involved in this world's politics. I remembered it. Oh yes, I was mentioning on the 3 boys that I mentioned working on the farm. One night we had a conversation, and they asked me about disciplining our wives and all of that stuff. I was like, oh my, where did they get this from? No, they didn't get it from Evans, to be honest. They got it obviously from Islam, because later I learned that there was Islamic orphans whom you can, I guess, you can kind of, you could be something like a foster parent to them. That's the closest I can picture to you in the West. So they were there serving on the farm, being even paid. Job told me he was paid and so on. But they're being Islamic kids. Wait a second. What kind of proselytizing is that? The third thing that I thought about Africa, and all of those, things in Africa, in Kenya in particular, that I thought, oh my, something is wrong here. Wrong. And there it was. 2022 again. They're in the elections with a certain fee being paid to the election board. With whose money, I wonder? Since they're so poor and all the tithe money goes to there, we were shocked. And sometimes in 2022, I think it was the second visit that Terry and his son made to Africa. This time they made it to Malawi. I was offered to go to Malawi, by the way. Bob Thiel offered me to go to Malawi, and let me just quote to him. He said, because he says, want to send you to Malawi, mind you, it's the poorest country in Africa, he said, and I want to send you because I'm not sure that Ratson, the local host, that Ratson knows what he's doing. Oh, I remember the Ratson that I saw him at the 2017 Nairobi conference, so I remember the face. And no, I don't remember having any spiritual conversation with him, but anyway. He's not sure what he's doing. All right, I thought, all right, there are many new people in the church. Yes, I can understand. There are many younger people. They may not really understand. All right, that's okay. That makes sense. But soon after that, I read that Rasson becomes, he was ordained by Evan Soching as a deacon. Okay, I thought, all right. But soon after that, he was ordained a pastor. I'm like, wait a second. A man doesn't know what he's doing, and he's a pastor. When later I confronted Bob Thiel with that. Oh, he said, no, I didn't say that. I said, you did. You said it twice, because I remember very well what you said. Oh, he said, okay, well then, he just learned in the meantime what he's doing. I was like, wait a second, something is wrong with with all this reasoning of him. But anyway, that's what he told me, but I refused to go to Malawi, because I said to him, look, if it was a matter of life and death, I would. But when I was in Kenya, in the very capital of Kenya, I contracted a parasite. A parasite that no medicine that various members brought to me. Oh, they brought some green pills from the local pharmacy. It didn't work, of course. My mouth, my lips were swelling. I was getting upset. My head was just huge as whatever. It's a local parasite. Which now, those of you in the West, you have to understand, they use their public water. Their public water is not for public use. Everybody in Kenya, even the locals, buy bottled water to drink. Here in Serbia, that's not the case. Our public water is certainly not of the best quality, but at least it doesn't have parasites. So I usually drink water from the tap. Because to buy water, yes, there are bottled water to be bought, yes, it's available, but to me it's too expensive. Anyway, and what happened was that the salad which they served that day was washed with their tap water. So I didn't realize that, because in Kenya you either have to boil water before you drink it, or you have to buy the bottled water. I didn't think about the salad. I ate the salad because I was just willing to eat salad. I ate salad, and there it was. I contracted a wonderful parasite that overnight just worked very well. Now, thankfully, again, Bob Thiel with his, I'm not sure why people make doubt of his natural medicine, but his natural medicine worked. I called him to help, and he just told me after he has a very specific way of diagnosing whatever, and he said to me it's stomach parasite. Take first 2 pills and then later. And I did it, and I was the next day I was about fine. The next day I think I was ordained. By the way, how did that happen? He called me to room. I went as he arrived, and he said to me, I'm thinking about ordaining you an elder, and I think about ordaining you, Evans, as evangelist. I said to him, that the last thing that I want to be in the world is elder, because of the stress and responsibility, and because of how people can be. And brethren, you wouldn't believe how mean people can be, and you wouldn't believe how inconsiderate people can be. But I said to him, I said, but if I refuse, what if God calls me for that office and I refuse? Then I'll be opposing God's will. So I said, I'm not going to take a chance. Oh, he said, I consulted with somebody in LCG, whoever that would be, I don't know, because there are people in LCG who would know me, like a wonderful fellow from Colombia, Mario Hernandez. She's the Spanish voice. He's the Spanish voice of the LCG, for example, a wonderful gentleman, a very good friend. I've known some people from the college and so on, and okay. Oh, and he said, but you know, the only concern, you're not married, and the girls and ladies that might come, you know, they might just come because of you, or not because. I said, Bob, please. Brethren, let me just tell you something. If you think that being an elder is being something super boy, superman, you're terribly wrong. First of all, God picks up the worst for all these offices in the church. Let me just tell you that. Secondly, if you think I'm something smart, no, I'm not, brethren. I'm very average-looking Serbian male. There are countless males in this country that look much better than I, in every way, who are more macho, more whatever. And the third thing, just like it is the culture in many countries, girls today fall for those who have cars, smart cars, who are just well off financially and so on. I have no car. I have no even a bicycle, brethren. I just walk when I have to do something, or I just use public transportation. Thanks for asking if you wanted to ask me. And house in which I live, it's a rented house, by the way, built in 1969, and of a very poor quality. When it comes to money, I have none, and I'm not going to any public places, to all of those disco clubs and whatever clubs. And I live a very boring life for females today. Yes. You know. What I did, one luxury that I have, is that I bought some nice plant pots, and I planted some trees, not trees, sorry, but flowers, to just make the balcony look nice. And I've saved about, well, at first 3 cats, stray cats, and then the 4th one came to my door. 3 months ago, another one came to my door, wounded, and I thought he will not survive, but he survived. He was fighting for his life before my eyes for 2 months, brethren, here, and he just stood fine on his feet, and he now walks, he just goes around and so on, and he comes to be fed from time to time. And since cats are carnivores and the meat is the most expensive commodity, trust me, I think I spend more money on meat than them sometimes than I would on anything else. But I'm not an attractive male by any stretch of your imagination or any standard by this world. No, I don't have a car. I don't have even a bicycle. I'm thinking about buying one. If I move from this hilly area to a more flat area, then bicycle could be useful. But no, I don't have a car. Just for you to know. Oh, how come you're an... Well, that's come. Because I don't care about the car, because the car is just more expensive. What shall I do? I don't even have a license. I don't want to have a license because I don't feel I'm apt to drive, and I'm not going to use it. If I need to use public transportation or taxi or whatever, I'll use it, but that's it. You now be all shocked. How come you don't have? Well, be shocked. I don't. Many people here don't have a car because it's too expensive to have it. And our living standards do not allow it, you know, because you have to pay for fuel, which is very, 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 very expensive these days. Because why? We have a war in Europe. Oh, another shock. That's what I said to those people in Africa who always come up with all kinds of things. I said, look, you're not the only area that has war. There's war between Russia and Ukraine. What does it have to do with cars? Well, it has to do with cars because we have to import oil. We are not country with the oil. We have to import oil from Russia or Ukraine, you know. And as much as Africa has to import wheat from both of those countries, and now there is a threat of hunger if that wheat export if Russia blocks it because it expires tomorrow. No, it expires on Monday. If Russia doesn't extend that agreement that they had, there might be some wheat shortage in Africa, which will cause hunger, of which I hope to, at least, if possible, we could spare the Malawian nation of that hunger if Malawian government would heed one of my petitions that I gave to them, because we're in good terms with both Russia and Ukraine. You see, we're in good terms because, first of all, they're Slavic countries, and second of all, none of them has recognized the so-called state of Kosovo. Anyway, now, where was I? Yes, Africa. Africa, the forum. And then Terry wrote me a message sometimes because he went to Malawi instead of me. And he wrote to me a message which about says, I have no trust in Evans at all. And I responded to him, welcome to the club. I said to him, yes, don't worry, this is motorbike in the neighboring country. Yes, so sorry. So the isolation in this Gentile nation is such that you can hear all kinds of noises from outside. Just to let you know, my dear friends. Anyway, so I said to him, welcome to the club. I said, I have no trust in Evans since... Oh no, somebody is mowing the lawn. Oh my. In any case, I said I have no trust in him since 2017, and I have no contact with him because I raised some questions about the laptops. There were a couple of deacons. Granton Otieno was one, and the other one was the one who lives on the border with Tanzania, Ondigo Ochieng. No relations with Evans Ochieng and Braddock Ochieng. Anyway, so the two of them just complained to me they have no laptops, they're translating literature into their dialects, and could I kind of intervene? What would you do if you were a Christian? What would you do if you were a Christian, if you were an elder, if two deacons come to you with that request? I'm asking all of you to tell me, what would you do? I did what any other common sense Christian would do. I just wrote to Bob Thiel. I said, could you just see, because there is a constant contingent of laptops being sent by Bill from Maryland, because that's Bill's business, and Bill thinks that his part of the work is to be providing laptops so that all the church youth and others will have laptops. And yeah, sure enough, my dear brethren, what do we realize? Those laptops, I didn't notice many of them in other churches. All those youth there, even in the remotest areas of Africa, all of them have got mobile phones, but I didn't notice any laptops. There was only one that I noticed in the congregation that is pastored by Ezekiel Oanda, and yes, Ondigo Ochieng received money from our friend Randy Fries, supposedly for a laptop. But anyway, well, Randy, you're probably scammed, my dear friend, because laptops are constantly being provided supposedly by the church. So in Ezekiel's congregation, I noticed there was a nice laptop, and there was hymns that he played from that laptop, and that's okay. Forgive me for this sound. I cannot do anything about it. I am in closed windows. Everything is fine, but everything is closed, even though it's very hot outside. But I cannot do anything, brethren, because they're just mowing the lawn, and that's how it's being heard every time they do it. So much about those of you who think that all the Europe lives in I don't know what kind of luxury. Now you hear it doesn't. My house was built in 1969 from the poorest material at that time, because after the Second World War, country was very poor, so people would just use the poorest material that they could to save money, or they didn't have money to build this house, so that you would know. Anyway, so I said to Terry, welcome to the club. I said I haven't, oh yes, about the laptops. And then I raised the question about laptops. I said, come on, where are the laptops? Evans attacked me immediately. Have you seen any laptops around my house? I said, no, I haven't. So, and then he came to Bob Thielen and he said, Sasha is trying to tell me how to run things in Africa. Could you believe? Could you believe that false accusation? From that time on, I said to myself, you're not going to get involved in Africa again at all. That's why, among other things, I refused to go to Malawi. I said my health can be endangered like in Africa, like in Kenya. And secondly, I said I'll probably get in conflict with Evan Sochian over something, and I know you wouldn't like it, Bob. So I said, no, I won't go it. That's why Terry Nelson went. And then Terry Nelson 2022 writes to me, I don't trust. I said, welcome to the club. I don't trust him since 2017. And since I was accused of trying to tell, can you believe that ludicrous, idiotic, brethren, accusation? I was accused, I was trying to tell him in Africa how to run things in Africa. Oh my, because I asked for 2 and I asked it for the work of God. Didn't ask money for myself, didn't ask money for anything stupid. I just said there are irregular contingents of laptops being sent to Africa. So there are 2 deacons that need those laptops because they broke down for whatever reason. Can you please secure that they be the first in line to receive laptops when the next contingent comes? That's all that I said. And I was accused. I'm telling Evans how to run things in Africa. Can you imagine that? Brethren, you tell me now, isn't that a dictator? Isn't that a lunatic? Is that a converted man? You tell me. Think logically and use your common sense. Anyway, Terry wrote me and then Terry wrote to me that said I was in Malawi, and he said, you know what, we had a nice driver, wonderful driver who works for the Malawian government, and he told me that these people, particularly that famous Ratson Mulozova, is not really a man of God because he's involved into witchcraft, he's involved in this and the other, he's doing adultery, he's using his nice car which he had, he's using that to attract the ladies' attention, he keeps trying to persuade hotel staff, female members to go out with him and all of that. Brethren, the moment I heard the word witchcraft, I had enough. I had enough. And then, as if I knew, Terry said, I need to present all of this to Bob, but for some reason he presented this to me first. He said, you came to Africa, you went to Africa. He obviously had trust in me to present it to me. So he put me in a very odd situation. Because I had to, up to that time, I had to pretend before the Serbian congregation that all of those flowery reports from Africa, rising numbers of attendance and all of that was nice and true. But then I thought, no more, no longer. I said, enough is enough. And I said to God of Israel, I said, you tell me what does light has to do with darkness? Can a house of God be built with a house of what does it say? Belial. Is that how it says in Corinthians? Yes, that's something like that. How can I be in touch and association with those who practice witchcraft? And interestingly enough, those weeks, for several weeks in a row, I was raving on in Serbian. I was raving on Serbian witches, Serbian witchcraft, and calling upon my nation to repent of using their services, to repent of reading horoscopes, to repent of astrology, to repent of consulting with demons. Then I said, you cannot be a Christians, not even nominal Christians, and consult with those witches because that's against the Bible. Those people are in touch with devil. And then all of a sudden, to my shock, I receive a message which says, I don't even know, Terry says, how many of our leaders in Africa are converted. And I don't even know how many of them are involved in witchcraft. But one certainly is, it's Ratson Mulozova. And there are various testimonies about that. Testimonies from 2 of our deacons who are in Malawi. There are testimonies for his wife. And about his adultery, testimonies of his children. oh, we need to present this to Bob Dylan stuff. I said, okay. But I said to Terry, and he can testify that to you, and I said to Andre, and even to Randy, I said, but don't think that Bob Dylan will change. Because his attitude toward Africa, as far as I had seen in these past 7 years, by then I was about 7 years in the CCOG, I said, I've been trying for years to raise his awareness that something is wrong in Africa all the time, but he would always dismiss it. He would always find excuse. He would not listen to me. Because Africa is the center of every report. Africa and Africa and Africa. They didn't believe me. They hoped he would change. Only to be disappointed. All three of them. Randy was the last one to write a desperate email about corruption. Of course, the response was the way it was. Terry was the one to write. Terry was presenting all the evidence. All the evidence Terry was presenting. Evidence of Kenyan CCOG being involved in elections. And I think Terry even asked, what if? He wrote to Bob Dylan, I've seen some of those correspondence. He said, did you see what is the profile of the candidate which Braddock supports? And what implications would it for the church if Braddock's won on the list of such candidate? What would be? No response whatsoever, or it was all dismissed, or it's rumors. Oh, Bob Dylan, he contacted Evan Soching, or Evan Soching does not say that. Witchcraft, God forbid. Oh no. Andre Nelson, I still remember to this day, one sentence. Andre was saying something about Philadelphia and remnant. And I remember this sentence, asked me in the half of the night. The sentence in response to Andre, which said, Hope of Israel cannot possibly be a Philadelphia remnant. Oh, so we have now a supreme arbiter. We now have, and we have noticed, and the Serbian members were shocked with all the responses that they got. And then that supposed letter to the brethren, it should be called Lies to the Brethren. It's just filled with, it's rife with lies, all kinds of lies. In any case, it was all dismissed. Bob Thiel would call me once or twice, and I would just bring up the Kenyan election issue. He would just give me that that explanation how somebody put Braddock's name. Could you believe that? I was like, oh please, even the unconverted mind would see it. Even a child would see it, but no, it was there. Witchcraft. Oh, that was really the topic which really set him off. Brethren, let me tell you something. And there are people in the churches of God that could certainly confirm this. And there is at least one high-ranking minister in one of the large churches of God. In fact, the one that Bob Thiel left, who can really confirm this to me, because he told me this. He told me this in England sometimes in, I think it was 2000. We were talking about the, at that time I was part of the United Church of God, I think. No, sorry. Or perhaps I already left. I left for the church that got named. I suggested its name, and it was incorporated under that name, led by David Hume. But anyway, in Rwanda, there used to be Worldwide Church of God. Rwanda was served by the office in Switzerland. The late man, French-speaking Bernard Andrist, was in charge of Rwanda. I was impressed by that man because when there was this horrible civil war in Rwanda back in 1994, this man in his late age, he went to Rwanda with a bag full of water and food, and he went from the one to the other refugee camps looking for church members. I heard that would be so 24 years ago, that there were four deacons in Rwanda that he, Bernard Andrist, had to put out of the church because of witchcraft. I was shocked because I didn't realize somebody could not be healed, so those four obviously used the service, if we can call it that way, of witch doctors. And they were put out of the church. So witchcraft is nothing new under the sun when it comes to Africa. Plus, Terry Nelson, he can confirm that to you. And he kept the feast in, when was it, 2021, I think. Here we see he discovered black magic in Mozambique. And he can give you the details. I remember when he discovered that, I remember writing to Bob Thiel, black magic in Africa. I said, interesting. Didn't I suspect, because there were some rumors, but I didn't believe them, I didn't spread them. Rumors had it that Evans Ochieng, of course, was also involved in witch magic, but because it came from Ondigo Ochieng, I just thought perhaps it's just a lie, perhaps it's unverified. So but I just nevertheless use this black magic occasion to write to Bob Thiel, black magic in Africa. What else is there in Africa that we don't know? That's being hidden from us. Oh, never do you get straight response. Just like in Africa, or to be very precise, in Kenya, you always get, you just tell them, for example, let me give you an example. Brethren, we live in 21st century. There is, there are things we have in 21st century like internet. We are all scattered. Now with internet, we can get together, get to know one another. Wouldn't that be a Philadelphian love, to love your brethren? We can introduce one another, we can be introduced to one another, and we can also hold services, and we can hold Bible studies that are much needed for you here to be educated in the Bible, brethren. Oh yes, beloved brother, that's a wonderful idea, wonderful. Yeah. They always tell you what they want, they think they want you to hear. And then once you just go away, nothing happens. Nothing really happened. Speaking of Skype services, Serbian congregation has used Skype services before even it was joining CCOG, and even ever since it joined the CCOG until even now. So the CCOG, if those who are now in CCOG using Skype to send you all kinds of things and stuff, if they're just honest, they can just say that it was Sasha and Serbian congregation who introduced them to Skype. Otherwise, they would just keep crying to one another, what a pity we're so scattered, what a pity we don't have closer contact, what a pity. And I said to them one of those days, when I was on that forum, I said, brethren, it's up to us. We are scattered, but we don't have to be. We can be very connected over internet if we wish to be. That's why now they can use internet. But interestingly enough, it's very interesting when you collect all those various people, because you find them or they contact you, you just involve them in Skype, and you involve the man from Northern Ireland who is still part of the apostate, part of the organization which destroyed the Worldwide Church of God. He's part of them. He maintains their site. He receives salary from them and even tithes to CCOG from that. He's still part of that because his wife is there. Oh, his wife is there and various friends. He's used to that. But nevertheless, he's faithful to CCOG. And then, he offended and falsely accused one man, a prospective member, that came through Terry and Andre. And Terry, again, can confirm all of these things that I'm telling you. And he offended the man, accusing him of something disgusting that I won't even say. Totally innocent man who just made totally innocent comment about something. He couldn't, for example, believe that abuse of children is really there, so much present in the world, let alone in the Western world. So he just made a comment about that. He was accused right away that he is a child molester and all of that horrible things. And I suspended that Skype services to give the accuser, the man from Northern Ireland, to give him a space to think about it and to repent. Oh no, 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 no. This man just formed his own. Oh, he just formed his own Skype group. He learned how to use Skype through me anyway, and then he had a little clique of people. As Jamie from Australia, and then they would be just spending all their time talking about other people and how those other people are not faithful. They're not coming regularly to Skype services. Who is faithful? Who is not? Him discussing somebody being faithful, and still he is in the apostate church, which destroyed the worldwide Church of God. Absolutely ludicrous, brethren, ludicrous. And part of that group was, I think, one man who just recently wrote to one of our members here in Serbia. He said that Sasha has written so many. Let me see. How did he say? So many. Not insulting, but he said mocking posts about CCOG, and that and because that's evidence, that's clear evidence that he has no love. Well, to that man, he was mocked when he was in school. I was mocked for various reasons in my nation. I know what mocking is. Sasha, I don't really. If saying the truth is mocking, fine. Yes, I know that on the side band, which now regularly has all kinds of mocking things, and they've been mocking, you know, mocking Bob Thiel and CCOG and his so-called prophetic gift and any of that. I've never written anything mocking. I wrote only the truth to confirm it, or to just say that it's not the way how it's presented on that side. But I don't recall writing mocking posts about CCOG. But I understand, you know, I'm not part of them anymore, brethren, so now I have to be portrayed as a villain. I'm a villain who, and yes, interesting enough how some of them try to write to Serbian members as if they're little children. Look, let me tell you all here and elsewhere who listen here. Hope of Israel, Worldwide Church of God members in Serbia are not little children, and they're not my puppets. And there is another lie being promulgated all the time. No, we cannot be possibly Philadelphian because we don't have Philadelphian governance. So really, what do you know about Philadelphian government and governance? All of those who support this African sham and everything else. But I'm running ahead of myself. Sorry, brethren. I know I'm getting long, but this is inaugural speech, and I want to put all of these things in recording, so that there might be those who will be interested to hear this, but you might be interested to hear this. Anyway, as soon as Terry wrote to me all of that, I just went before the Serbian congregation. I said, brethren, I'm here no longer to lie to you. That will be sometimes about October, November 2022. Must be sometimes after the feast. Brethren, I'm not going to lie to you. The feast I spent in Australia, by the way. And by that time, from all of those reports that I knew about witchcraft and everything else, I was feeling deeply ashamed before the Australian congregation, because I was telling them they have to be faithful, they have to be enduring, they have to endure the mark of the beast, they have to endure persecution, they have to endure their own poverty, because the economic situation in Australia is worse than ever. And in the meantime, I knew what was going on. Oh, one thing that I did, well, that was my decision. I just told them to keep their tithes and offerings in Australia, because there'll be emergency cases that you may need. And with each congregation member, I just personally explained why. To my friend Jamie, I explained. I said, Jamie, there are things you don't know because you're not an elder, but there are things I do know as an elder. I have to know them. And I knew what's going on. All of that money that you'll be sending from Australia will go to Africa. And what's going on in Africa is horrendous. I felt enough confidence to tell him all that. I didn't speak about Africa to others, but I mentioned that they would need some money here. All of them didn't understand, but I said, it's my decision. It's my decision. I said, I know. If Bob Thiel was not happy with that, he can probably change it, but that's not mine. My conscience was peaceful, brethren. It was at peace, because I told them, according to what I knew or what I was aware of, I just told them how to manage that money. That was it. In the meantime, my friend Jamie, his car You cannot live in Australia without car. You cannot live in America without car. So I understand when I say I have no car, you wonder how come. Well, how come? I live in a different country and I can just use public services or my legs, my feet to walk. And I'll do that, brethren. Or perhaps one of these days I can buy a bicycle and then have some help with that. But still, I'm not going to have a car. I don't know how to drive. I don't want to drive. I don't want to be involved in the traffic. And it just costs so much because it's like having a child. I would rather feed cats and dogs and birds and whatever but to drive. No, I'm not going to drive. Enough of that. In any case. And those of you in Africa, if you hear this, those of you in Africa, your stupid superstition about cats is going to be rooted out if you're going to be Christians. Cats being spies or witches. Who told you that stupidity? Where did you read it? Did you read it in the Bible somewhere? Anyway, so I went before the Serbian congregation and I said, brethren, I'm not going to lie to you anymore. Brethren, I'm not going to pretend anymore that everything is funky-dory, that everything is great and all of those things, reports from Africa. I said, brethren, I'm just telling you all this, that, and the other. So I told them what basically Terry Nelson told me. Plus they knew my own experience anyway. I said, brethren, Terry and Randy and Andre are optimistic. They think that if they present all this truth to Bob Thiel, that something is going to change because, of course, according to the Bible, those people have to be out of the church. But I said I'm not optimistic. I don't think that will happen. But brethren, I just want to announce to you, and at that time I made my decision. I've been preaching to you about witch doctors here in Serbia and everywhere. Brethren, according to my conscience, I want to tell you that if by the last day of unleavened bread these people are still in the church, I want to tell you that I'm out. I'm no longer going to be affiliated with Continued Church of God. I'm just announcing that to you as my most immediate friends, people who are here, gathering with me faithfully. I have a moral feeling to tell you that I don't want you to be shocked and to be surprised. I can no longer support Continued Church of God work and their preaching because I'm affiliated. Unbeknown to me and unbeknown to other members, I'm affiliated with witch practitioners, with people who are just like this. And those problems in Africa, the one I said, the problems we had with CCOJ Forum and all of that. So I said, that's enough. I said, I'm going to leave. That does not obligate you, I told them, but I think you should know. And all the church members here in Serbia said, oh no, we could see something was wrong. Because back at the feast 2022, somehow it came to me as I was on my way to Australia. And if you think that a trip to Australia, to another country, to a different continent with different time zones, foods and everything else is not a sacrifice, it's not love for the brethren, you're terribly wrong. And if you think, you can ask Terry Nelson and Andre Nelson how it is to travel to Africa, to sacrifice all of your Western luxuries and go to the poorest or one of the poorest countries in Africa and endure and hear all kinds of things. And you think you came to the brethren and then all of a sudden you have a wonderful, honest driver who works for the government tell you that, you're basically among the false Christians. If you think it's not a sacrifice, why do you think that Terry Nelson wanted to go to Africa? Because he wanted to have a holidays, really? No, he went because he wanted to preach the gospel. That was exactly my motivation as well. But I've discovered there were too many red flags there, saying ding, 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 red flag, red flag, red flag. Something is wrong here. And I could only suspect what was wrong. Thankfully, Terry Nelson was enduring enough to make his own investigation. Investigation what might be wrong. So then he learned in the meantime that the Malawian government was already investigating the so-called Pastor Ratson Mulozova, because what happened was there was a wonderful lady at the government. Later, the government of Malawi had a reshuffling, so she's no longer in the office, but she's still being used by the president of Malawi because her biography is impressive. Honorable Lady Patricia. She's known. She was at the Ministry of Gender Equality, something like that, social justice, gender equality. It was a ministry in charge of preventing abuse of girls and women for dowries and all these things that, you know, people can abuse them for in Africa. And she was for gender equality and so on. She happened to be a friend to our friend, to one of our deacons anyway. Now the ex-wife of Ratson Mulozova. So the Honorable Lady Patricia, when I checked her profile on internet, there were very positive comments about how much she has done to prevent abuse, how much she has done for the for the ladies in Malawi. She happened to be a friend to Priscilla, our deaconess. And because our deaconess was abused by Ratson, who kicked her out of their bedroom and then denied the money he received from the church. By the way, he denied to even take care of his children, buy school textbooks and all that other. Then he tried to kill her by using witchcraft, and we have photos of that. And we have Priscilla's cousin who happened to minister in a Sunday church, passing by and seeing what Ratson gave to their son Victor, and told him, "Oh, just put this. I've brought this for the welfare of your mom. Just put this on all the four corners around your house." And this cousin said, "No, don't you do that. This is a witchcraft requisites that is supposed to invoke the lightning to strike the house and kill the owner." And then we learned that the government of Malawi, thankfully for that, the government was already doing investigation. When I mentioned that once to Bob Thiel, I got the response that he heard of, and then quotation mark, female investigator, but nothing came out of that. So, Andrew got a response that he cannot be possibly a Philadelphian. Well, Terry got all kinds of ludicrous responses. And the last one I remember that was Randy Fries, who wrote a very short and desperate email about the corruption in Africa. And the response was, "Oh, come on, I've investigated all of that. Nothing of that is true." Later, Randy was accused of possibly being one of the instigators of the Hope of Israel. Oh no. I had to, then on band, because I don't communicate anymore with Bob Thiel, I don't want to, but on the band I said to everybody, I confess publicly, no, Hope of Israel is my idea. I'm the one who initiated that, because I said to the Serbian congregation, I said, "Friends, I will no longer be part of this, and I don't see that anything will happen by the last day of unleavened bread." And I said to the same to the Terry and to Randy, because people were just now looking up to me. There was a man from Norway as well, Hoover, who just heard all of this. He was so thrilled about the Hope of Israel and the House of Israel, truth and everything else. People were brethren looking up to me. What shall we do now? I said, we will not hasten. We will not precipitate things. But if nothing changes, we are out. Because we cannot be a light and be in association with darkness. That's what I said. So the Hope of Israel was my idea, my initiative, and it derived the name from the library which I founded 5 years ago, today, tomorrow. Tomorrow is the 5th anniversary of the library Hope of Israel. However, we wanted to be registered, of course, and I cannot express enough of my gratitude for the Malawian government, which in matter of days registered us in their country with one flattering comment, because they are true Christians. So the government of a small African nation But oh yes, while registering us, Terry was smart as always. Brethren, I never issue people orders. It's not true there is no government of God in Hope of Israel. There is. But unlike those who issue orders and expect to be commanders of I don't know what kind of unit, unlike those who pump thousands of dollars to Africa, meanwhile telling somebody in Australia whose car is breaking down, who's having constantly breaking down after the feast. Jamie's car constantly broke down after the feast. And he was unemployed. He barely found some employment. His housing is not the best. Constantly the response was, I'll keep you in my prayers. Oh, really? What a wonderful. So I'm not that kind of government of God, brethren. We have a family model government of God in which I consult. And if you think that Mr. Armstrong was different, I dare you, he was not. Because when I was in England, I happened to meet his cook and the man, her husband Paul. He was in charge of maintaining Mr. Armstrong's suits. And his wife, what was her name? My word. Oh, they drove the old Lada Russian car. Was it Hazel? Was it? I can't remember now. It was a long time ago. She was a cook. Oh, she just loved. She would just make me the Jewish bread challah on Friday nights. It's a traditional Jewish bread made for the Sabbath anyway. She would just make challah. That was so beautiful. She was a wonderful cook anyway. She told me Mr. Armstrong would always consult with other people. He would always ask other people, no matter who they were, for their opinion. And then she revealed something else. How naive he used to be. He said, sometimes I had to tell him, Mr. Armstrong, not everything that people tell you is sometimes they tell you something that to be nice. Because you might remember in England, we used to have in 1974, there was a Bricket Wood College, right? Another branch of Ambassador College in England anyway. And then there was a garden, that English people are known for maintaining gardens, and their public parks are absolutely marvelous, with all kinds of flowers and stuff. Anyhow, there was a garden. And people would say that was the most beautiful garden in England, and poor Mr. Armstrong would believe that. And she said, I had to tell him, Mr. Armstrong, no, people are just being nice. No, this is not the most beautiful garden in England, He was naive, poor fellow. And I wonder how many people, perhaps those who were ministers or those who just expressed their loyalty, were lying to him as well. Anyway, so Mr. Armstrong was the same. He would ask anybody he came in touch with their opinion, what they thought. He would ask his cook, his man who was maintaining his suits, and he would listen carefully what people said. That I'm exactly the same. It's not true that there is no government of God. From the very start, there is the government of God in the Hope of Israel. Yes, I'm the one who initiated it. And I said to my friends, I'm going to be Hope of Israel because that's the loveliest thing that I could see. But Terry did something amazing. Amazing, because we had, back in 2018, when Randy Fries and I were good friends, and we are still good friends, of course, when we were in touch, Randy said, he said, I would love to kind of help preaching of the gospel, but, and then we came to the idea, the marvelous idea. And it was mine idea as well, but fine. I could have never carried out without Randy. I said to him, why don't we start a radio? Radio that will be called Hope of Israel Worldwide. Sure enough. And with Randy, you don't really have to spend much time telling him what to do. He usually comes even to me and says, look, I've decided to do this and that. Just to inform you. I said, excellent, go ahead. I'm not here ordering people what to do. They're just mature, adult people. They know what to do. And yes, there is a government of God. And I'm on the top of that government on Hope of Israel, but I'm not a dictator. And I'm not pumping thousands of dollars to anyone. And in my resignation letter to Bob Thiel, I said I want to stay with friendly terms. But brethren, no, I don't think he's my friend anymore, because his minions in Africa kept writing to me and others threatening emails, unwanted emails. In one of those unwanted emails, this half-literate Evan Soching has written to me how he's the one in Africa, and Bob Thiel is the main man. How could I? And how could I be that bad? And how could I listen to my friend Terry? And I'm the same bad as Terry is. And they would write all kinds of disgusting things, detestable emails, unwanted to me and others. But they would also CC Bob Thiel. And one thing that really annoyed me, and let me just tell you that publicly anyway. I was a non-paid elder. Yes, a non-paid elder. Fine, I did get sometimes some help from CCOG on a regular basis. That was true, on a monthly basis. Then, when Doc Buchanan from Panama joined CCOG, he was a minister. He had, sadly, a car accident, which was terrible. And then he could no longer... He was supposed to serve, basically, America and Canada, the English-speaking world, with those few members that they are. But he could not do that, so Bob Thiel asked me if I could counsel people for baptism, weddings, whatever. And I said, no problem. I said, I'm already doing that. I'm already doing that, and I need to remind somebody who says I have no love. I have to say that perhaps I have no love, but I have sacrificed much of my time and efforts to serve CCOG, even without any incentive from anyone. Because CCOG has no organized congregations anywhere in the United States. Oh no, now they have the North America CCOG on Skype, but they can be thankful that they've discovered that and they've organized that because they've learned about Skype through me and the Serbian congregation. Anyway, since I had now something to do, Bob Thiel said, well, you know, it's oxen who works should be paid, and he asked me, so he allotted me 500 euros per month. 500 euros per month, and that was something that I was making ends meet, and yes, I'm thankful to him for that, because that was at least something that could just keep me going. But in the last 10 years, I'm not sure how much he sent to Africa. There are various estimations. I'm not going to be including into those, because Terry once said how much is being sent there from the tithes and stuff, and he just calculated some things. Randy calculated some things. Others calculated. I'm not going to be how many, but it's certainly a huge amount of money sent to Africa. It was so abundant, so that even a month ago, as far as I received a message, Ratson bought a new car, and it was so abundant that obviously Kenyan false Christians could pay for their elections. Now, in one of these unwanted messages from Evans Oching to me, of course, it was always full of all kinds of accusations, and he constantly keeps saying, I'm not stupid, as if, well, why would you have to, you know, say? And he's not stupid, but, you know, in the latest one was, how bad am I? Have I ever read Mr. Armstrong's ambassador, the correspondence course? 32 lessons. I was, brethren, I was tempted to write to him, you dumb. I went through 52, in fact, lessons when I was in England, back in 1992, when I was just about being called by God, because calling to Christian life is calling from God. I went through 52 lessons, not 32, but anyway. But no, I didn't want to respond to him. Prior to that, me and others received even email from, I received one from that Ratson Muluzu. It says, I'm warning you. I'm like, who is warning you? Who tried to kill your ex-wife? You who tried to kill your brothers with the help of witch doctors, so in order to get family property, his two brothers, he tried to kill. He went even to Mozambique to look for effective witches. Anyway, but what happened was precipitated things themselves, brethren. I was willing to change. I was willing to endure. Because I've learned through my experience in Church of God that persecution, maligning, demonizing will be certainly my lot as soon as I leave. But I still wanted to give a chance that Bob Thiel might change his heart and mind, even though I thought it wouldn't happen. And I told very honestly to Terry, Randy, Serbian congregation, and to Terry's son as well, that it won't happen. And one by one, they were all disappointed. And then it was January of this 2023. I happened to be at the house of one of my listeners when I received an email from Bob Thiel in which he told me that I should be careful about my attitude about Africa. Could you believe that? I should be careful about my attitude about Africa. By that time, he had proofs of Kenyan elections. He had proofs of, he had information at least, the Malawian government was investigating Ratson Mulozova. He had even a photo of Ratson Mulozova with his supposed cousin. Recently that photo showed up on the band and everything else. And then, with all that information, all of that, he's writing to me, brethren, a faithful elder who was always obedient to God, risking my own health when I went to Africa, risking my own, after all, leaving all behind when I went to Australia. And it doesn't matter. I'm willing to do that, brethren, because that's the job of an elder. But when there is a purpose, not, why should I go to Africa, to Malawi again, when I was accused, petty accused by half-literate person, disgusting person, who enjoys reputation that he brings all those witches by night to his home, that nobody would see, but all the area of Nudahiva where he lives knows that he brings them at home. In fact, there is a witness that he was one of those servants at his farm. He confronted him about those witches and he was dismissed very quickly. Why would people lie? Why would they lie about certain things? They could, but why would they? Anyway, when I was at the home of that member, I think it was Friday night. Yes, I think it was Friday night when I wrote, I just couldn't sleep, and I just sat and I just wrote a huge email. Now I said to him, you're going to know my attitude about Africa. And then I listed all of those abuses from Africa, and among other things, I listed election stuff, and I mentioned also Malawian investigation against Ratson Mulozova. And I said to Bob Thiel, I could not believe that you would not believe a wife. Why would a wife in Africa, in conservative Africa, lie about somebody abusing her? Why would children lie about it, I said. I can't believe. Is that the government of God? Is that Philadelphian government of God? Not to trust children and women. I can't believe that. Meanwhile, we learned that Priscilla, the ex-wife, Priscilla was a deaconess. So when her Sunday-keeping husband saw how many Church of God CCOG people were coming in, he could see it's very lucrative business. So he kind of got interested in CCOG. And then he was ordained by Evan Soching. Well, perfect match, right? By Evan Soching, who is more a businessman, people say, than a Christian. I would rather say more of a politician, a shrewd politician, than a Christian. So why would children lie? Which child would come to lie? And I said Malawian investigation. I mentioned to him also that CCOG was not even registered in Malawi. Brethren, we know that. How do we know that? Because Malawian government trusts us. And because there is a wonderful man in Malawian government who has that famous driver who was just making some extra money, and thanks to God that happened. Who revealed to Terry all these manipulations and misuse of funds and stuff. Abuse of women. Because what he does is abuse of women, and it's criminal act according to the law of Malawi. What a wonderful to know that, adultery could be treated as criminal act. It's not the case in Serbia. It's not the case in Europe. It's not the case in much of the world. But I'm glad it's the case in Malawi. Because that's according to God's law. Just as much as I was reading the laws of various Arab countries, because when I went to Australia, I had to go through Qatar. When I was reading about their laws, I was thrilled. Much of them, brethren, is in line with the Bible morality. And you understand why. When there is no vision, it says in the Bible, meaning prophetic vision, people get unbridled. If you let people do everything that everything wants to do, what? You have a chaos. Forget about democracy. Anyway. So I wrote a very long email in which I said CCOG is not registered. But how do we know that? Because by that time, Terry was already accused of spreading the rumors, tale-bearings, gossiper. It was he, because he was the one the most vociferous about African lawlessness. And I thought, well, now I'll just join him. And I told him, Terry, I said, I'm going to join you. Now I'll be also... I'll be probably accused with the same, but fine. It was a long email to which I never got response. But brethren, use some common sense. On 9th of March, the first country in the world, and 9th of March will be the date we'll use to celebrate Hope of Israel being born. 9th of March, Hope of Israel was registered in Malawi. With a flattering comment, these are true Christians. I've never heard. I don't care about any other certificates, awards, you name it, brethren. It's nothing more important to me than to hear that we, Hope of Israel members, are true Christians. Later on, the government, the man who works for government, who has helped us so much, explained to me that if the government doesn't have any trust in somebody, that one will not be registered. In my long, huge letter, I made all kinds of things that I learned from Terry. I just told Bob Thiel straight into his face all of that. No response whatsoever. But let me just tell you about not being registered. How do we know? Well, how will we not know? We are in touch with the Malawian government. On 9th of March of this year, we were registered. The first country that registered us was Malawi. Thanks God. With his flattering comments. We're now in the process of being registered in other countries. But please, brethren, use common sense. If somebody tells you, and I told him, and Terry told him, and Andre told him, the CCOG is not registered in Malawi, then common sense would tell you, how would those people know that? Well, we know that because we're in touch with the government of Malawi. You know. We ask even the government official, could you please check once again the book of businesses, whatever it is, however it's called. Later on, we even made it available on the internet so people can check it. No, it's not there. So if we're close to the government of Malawi so that we got registered, if we're close so much that the government is of help to us, I almost cried when I read the first bulletin newsletter that came from Malawi. Malawi, Hope of Israel. There was a tornado of some kind there. And thanks to this government official who quickly reacted, and all of those former now CCOG members who are now Hope of Israel members, we just rushed to rescue and help people suffering from tornado. That's the example we want to give. That's what true Christianity is all about. And that's because the government of Malawi trusts us and believe that we are true Christians. Fine. In fact, we hope that when Terry goes back to Africa, we hope that he'll have audience even with the government officials. And I just told him, please go and just tell them, vindicate all of us, tell them we did not know, what those CCOG representatives were doing in Malawi. But now we know. And I'm basically the only elder that whom Terry appealed who positively responded. Meanwhile, from the top men of the CCOG, we kept receiving ludicrous comments. Absolutely ludicrous comments, and then we were accused of being talebearers, all of that others. Talebearers, gossipers, whatever. Oh, and yes, he knows that CCOG is registered. No, you don't. You don't, because whatever happens on the soil of Malawi related to the Church of God, rest assured the rest of the world that we in Hope of Israel will know. Because we're friends with the government of Malawi, and government of Malawi trusts us and consults with us and asks us for our opinion and what our experience is. And we don't lie to the government of Malawi. And the government of Malawi doesn't lie to us. So much for Romans 13, because when there were some elections for the Senate several months ago in the States, in the letter of the brethren, it was said that, yes, some of you, many of you would support Donald Trump, but, rather you should pray for God's will and remember Romans 13. Right. Why, wonderful. Here it is. Boomerang comes back to you, CCOG. Because the government of a country tells us that you are not registered. So if the government lies to me and to us, then I'm lying now to you. It's not registered. And rest assured, something else. Whatever will be in relation to Church of God, the government of Malawi will certainly consult with us because they trust us. And because we have shown them in words and in action that we are, to quote the government of Malawi, true Christians. The best recognition I've ever heard in my life. The best recognition I've ever heard. The most precious one. And we are not. Somebody says we're not Philadelphia and Rema. Fine. We at least respect Romans 13. And have a praise. And it says in Romans 13, those of you who don't know, go and see it. Go and see there. That the government is there to praise those who do good. Good. And funny point, we started radio, Hope of Israel Radio. Oh yes, what happened was, Terry added something in our registration. Hope of Israel Worldwide, just like the radio, but he added Worldwide Church of God. And I thought, genius. And I rushed to the Serbian congregation and said, look, we are continuation. Indeed, that's what we want to be, of all the positive things from the Worldwide Church of God. When it comes to doctrines, when it comes to teachings, when it comes to the positive and true Philadelphian government. And the congregation rejoiced. Brethren, this is important because I think in 2013 or whenever, the name Worldwide Church of God disappeared. God, through us, revived it. But why did we have the name Hope of Israel? Because that's the most important doctrine in the Bible. Unless we understand it, we cannot understand the whole Bible. So yes, Worldwide Church of God is revived. Not in any bad way, but in a very good way. And any ministerial abuse, I do want to apologize. I apologized when I was in Australia already in public, when I was with various church groups that my friends, and I'm thankful to the CCOG still members in Australia who went with me to that barbecue. We were invited. First of all, I went to meet my friend Craig White. Craig White was so impressed with me and us, and he said, why don't you come for a barbecue on the last day of 11, or the last day of the last great day. There will be a barbecue. There'll be people of all kinds of groups. Why don't you come? And how many? 5 of us. Was it 5 of us? 5 of us. Well, no, 5 or 4 of us went. 4 of us, I think, went. People were amazed. They were amazed because they never heard of CCOG. But they were amazed that there were 4 unknown guys who showed up. And the young lady came to me and said, oh, there are 4 guys that came, and one of them is a minister. She was so excited that there was a minister. How terrible that is. That there was a minister that came to people who were despised and written off by all these hierarchical and very often abusive governments. And I said to her, I'm that minister. And then I said, brethren, I apologize to all of you on behalf of small, persecuted church that ever existed. Since Jesus Christ says, I'll build my church, I apologize to you, even though I was not part of that hierarchy of WCG when it was in Herbert Armstrong time, but I realize that many ministers have done various abuses. I cannot rectify them all, but I certainly apologize on their behalf, because they will not apologize to you, but I apologize to you. And later I said, when I had a recording, I apologized again. And I said, but brethren, one thing please do not forget. Our calling was from God. We're called to do a certain job. We still have that job to be done before Christ comes. In the meantime, may it be known to the world that Hope of Israel has a full trust of a Malawian government. And that's how we know that CCOG is not registered in Malawi. Somebody with common sense would conclude that very quickly, but obviously there's no common sense. We're in the process. Oh yes, there was also another accusation. One official of Hope of Israel, that would be me, that's directly from Bob Thiel, Hope official said that whole countries left CCOG in Africa. That's not true. He's sadly, so to speak, lies to the brethren. Brethren, he has forgotten that there is a small congregation in Tanzania, and only when they left I realized how abused and misused they were by the one who was supposed to be their mentor and teacher, Evan Soching. The funniest part was when he tried to convince people that he prayed and fasted supposedly for a dead person, and that person came back to life. If that's true, brethren, because you never know when it comes to Africa, other than the Malawian government, you never really know what is true there. I just thought I would just faint. I just thought I would just roll on the floor, roll on the floor laughing. I just imagine. Of course, they were told prior to that how they're not growing, how they're not really contributing much anyway. So the whole Tanzania, as far as I'm concerned, as far as I'm informed, whole Tanzania left. That's one country. In Malawi, where we were registered, the first country we were registered, I'm proud to say that. And as much as I would, and I could, I would just find a way, hopefully, to thank government of Malawi in some possibly practical way. I don't know how, because we're just a very small organization with poor people, but still, we do have hearts and we're Hope of Israel. So in Malawi, basically, all of them left CCOG and Ratson Mulozova. And there is a pending, by the way, there's a pending case against that criminal. And how interesting enough, just about a month before those who were in association with him were arrested for harvesting human organs. Oh, of course, that was always dismissed by Bob Thiel. No, those are people who are just former members. They were they were just former members, and they were just, well, there might be former members, but they're in relation with CCOG because the local press, as far as I saw, mentioned one Ratson, and there are not a million Ratsons in Malawi. But fine, let them all live in their la la land. Just about a month before I heard that Ratson bought a new car. Oh, wow, even better car. Because, when you have a nice car in a poor country, and he received how many thousands, I was informed about how many thousands of dollars he received. He publicly boasted about it, so that, he would probably bribe some people. You know how he bribed various members in Malawi? By giving them motorbikes. Now, those of you who live in the West may think, what in the world is motorbikes? Brethren, infrastructure in Africa is not very, very developed. In countries like Kenya, when there is potable water is lacking, the government sometimes makes certain spots with huge how can I call it, huge cistern container with potable water. So then you have to take whatever you have to get to that water supply place, have that water, then you have to drag it back home. It's of course much better when you have a motorbike. So various motorbikes, about 5 or 6 were in circulation when Terry informed me about that. Various motorbikes that were used to bribe people. Of course, there is a cash manipulation. Malawian government has got all the information and all the evidence about that. And then recently, so sometimes a month, this one, he gets a new car. Oh yes, I told you why I cannot consider Bob Thiel my friend anymore. Well, I cannot because in one of his disgusting, detestable letter, Evans Oching wrote that I'm only good for one thing. I'm only good to make division among the brethren. And he said that I need a lot of money, and I'm doing all of this for money. I'm doing this all for money. Could you believe that? I'm doing all that for money, and he carbon copied Bob Thiel into that. So all those detestable comments were read by somebody who sent me monthly 500 euros, which I used for all of our needs here, for the needs of the whole Serbian congregation, by the way. All who just had any needs, I didn't keep it all for myself. So he sent me 500 euros for my serving to English-speaking world. In the meantime, how much money went there for building churches in Africa? And then when we left, there was an announcement, by Bob Thiel. He says, "Oh well, wonderful. We have now freed enough funds." Could you believe that? We freed enough funds for him to go and pay for the access to the American radio. Well, just give me a break. If he didn't build all those churches in Africa and stuff, he would have enough money anyway. Building churches, he doesn't understand the Gentile mindset. Building churches is another way that you can manipulate with people. How? Well, how? Well, let me say how. Well, let's see. Oh, let's try to now use financially. Yes, let's try to use I don't know, Baptist church, say Baptist church. Oh, let's just contact them and say we're just all interested in Baptist doctrines, and we will just have one table, we'll just have one plate, we'll put on the church, Baptist church. We'll just photo that and send it to them, and they'll just fall for it, they'll just send us some money. Once we're caught in lies, whatever, we can just contact Mormon church, whichever church. Church hopping is nothing unusual in Kenya. For those of you who are not informed, well, it's not a rumor, and so fine. Soon, one day, we'll just have to face the truth and ask each other who spread rumors and who is talebearer. Anyway, but, as one of our members in Serbia said, oh, one building and several plates ready, in store. One would be Church of God of California. The other plate would say Mormon Church of God, and so on. So they can just change the plates because they have the church buildings. They don't need church buildings anymore. They've used the sucker for California to do it, and now they can just milk money from other churches. How convenient! How beautiful! But no, Bob Thiel doesn't realize that. He trusts them anything. They tell him now the main topic now is how many people in Kenya are returning or anywhere else. And I'm supposed to lie. Tanzania left. We're in the process of being registered in Mozambique. How? Well, because there are so many former CCOG members. We are also Malawi. As I said, Malawi has registered us already. Malawian government, we just have this wonderful government official. We ask him to just, in our absence, to just manage all the things in Malawi and oversee things and see that everything is done decently and according to the Malawian law. So we're very good citizens according to Romans 13. So there are only 3 countries. When I said that the entire country is left, I was right. Shall I mention Europe? all the members that we had, baptized members, have left. All of them in Serbia. And it's so funny, but people think that they're just my puppets, you know. And the Serbian members don't even come to me crying, oh, somebody is no, it just you know, it just happens, and then they come and they say, oh, you know, such and such contacted me. And this is what I responded. The responses are very mature, and very much, I'm very proud of Serbian members. They've grown up with the work of the Holy Spirit to be mature, to be self-sufficient, if you wish. That's what we want to make in Africa, all of our members. Self-sufficient, so they would not depend on anybody else. And I mentioned only 3 countries. Isn't that enough? 3 countries in Africa that left. Here is one. The whole congregation, the only organized congregation in CCOG, basically left. It's their own personal choice. But people think obviously I have some mighty methods or power over people. I don't. I'm just, yes, the government of God works. It's from the top down, but I don't think it's the government of God when you ignore one family that almost goes bankrupt and homeless in Australia, so that, you know, and that you send whatever somebody in Africa says, we need this, we need that, Feast of Tabernacles, already wonderful opportunity to grab some money. They just love the Feast of Tabernacles. And speaking of Kenya, let me tell you something else, just to illustrate how the government of God works. All of a sudden we had like 27 congregations and local leaders who rushed all of a sudden to express their loyalty to the hope of Israel, to show how they're just dying to be part of the hope of Israel. But no, friends, listen to me, all of you people around the world. We are not suckers. We're not white angels, as we're called in Africa, by the way. And we're not stupid muzungus that somebody can fool. Thanks to the eternal, God has provided hope of Israel a man of a very good, wonderful experience, Terry Nelson. Terry Nelson was, among things, accused in our former affiliation, CCOG, that he's doing investigation. How does he do that? How dares he do that? He told, you know, the overseer told him not to do it. Wait a second, doesn't it say in Thessalonians, check all things, prove all things, and keep that which is good? I think I've read it somewhere in the Bible. So who has the right to tell a man not to check things, especially the man who went to that Africa with a goal to preach the gospel and spread the gospel and be a helper? And what he finds, that nobody tithes. Oh, it's now being tithed. Tithe is now being in Malawi. People are now happy because now they know how they'll pay for the feast, how they'll pay this and that. Of course. Did you know, all of the tithe payers, that there was nobody paid the tithe in that same Kenya? But there was enough money for the elections, really. There was enough money to pay witch doctors, enough money to sacrifice your own blood, as Ratson Mulozova did, according to the witnesses. We have witnesses, we have papers, we have even government evidence in Malawi for various misdeeds. And yes, we respect Romans 13. For those of you who don't know what is in Romans 13, go and read it. I'm not going to quote any scripture. I'm telling you everything, all of this from the heart. And yes, it's going to be long. It is long. It should be long. Because you should hear, if you want the truth, if you want to at least, or if you don't consider this to be truth, but at least if you want to hear the hope of Israel's side, here it is. And again, it wasn't Randy Fries who convinced me about anything. Randy Fries 5 years ago opened up, asked me for something, how can we contribute to the work, and he opened up the radio. The radio which works for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. A radio that has reached areas that I don't recall that any Church of God has reached. You know how exciting it is when you hear that somebody in the capital of Iceland, Reykjavik, listens to your radio. Someone in capital of Albania, people in capital of Slovenia. Look, we live in this South Slavic area. Slovenia is part of that. We never managed, we never succeeded to reach Slovenia. But the radio, well, Hope of Israel is there all the time. For weeks, Sierra Leone was the one of the country where there were the greatest number of listeners. Philadelphian era with Mr. Armstrong started with radio. I think it will end up with radio as well. But no, we're not Philadelphians. We cannot be possibly Philadelphians, you know, fine. It doesn't matter. We'll let God decide whether we are Philadelphians or not. And then sometimes, you know, before then, all of a sudden Bob Thiel says, how Terry Nelson went to band and stuff to that site. I said, I know you don't like that. But I said, I did not stop Terry Nelson. I'm not a dictator to stop people to what to do. Terry Nelson felt that he was censored in CCOG. Terry Nelson felt completely rejected. He said to me, look, the Bible says go to the brother. If he doesn't listen to you, go to the church. He says, I cannot go to the church because I've been banned on their electronic forums. So now what can I do? I can just use ban. I said, as you wish. Perhaps it's not the smartest idea, but I'm not the one to tell people what to do. Something. And Bob Thiel said, oh, they came on band. And then there was this terrible attack. And then he writes to me. He says, why did... I said, look, I explained to him, I'm not the dictator. And I said, if Terry felt, if it's his conscience, that's fine. I'm not... Oh, but banned. I said, I know. I said, I know there might be plenty of lies there, but there might be some truth as well about some of those things. I know it's really a very bad site. It's bad with all the information it does spread, but some of that might be true anyway. We never know. And then he says, but there is an insinuation that I'm under the witch cast spell, whatever. He obviously thought I would say, no, Bob, you're not. Well, I said, to be honest with you, that's a very, how did I say the word? I can't remember the exact word, but I said that's a very realistic, considering all of this, your reactions and stuff, it's very realistic. He was terribly offended by that. Then for weeks, he was harping about... In the letter of the brethren, he was harping about witch doctors and all of that stuff, and not being, you know, how Christian cannot be affected by witch doctors, and true Christians cannot believe in witch doctors. To which his disgusting minion, Emma Soching, in his latest unwanted, undesired email, wrote to me, witch doctors? Well, how can you be a Christian and believe in witch doctors? Listen to you, all of you people around the world, especially you who don't believe that the witch doctors exist and they can not do anything. Listen to me. There is another world we don't see. Mr. Armstrong explained it well in The Mystery of the Ages. Is the world of demons. There are people in this world who are humans who manipulate with demons, and demons will very happily obey them because Satan uses those peoples. Are we clear about that? Yes, we are. All right. Now, you cannot tell me based on the Bible, because Bob Thiel came up with the whole doctrine, you know, with witches and stuff, and he was so offended with that. He was so offended that he just publicly proclaimed there are people who think I'm bewitched. Well, no, I can rest assured you I'm well and you're well. Well, I'm not sure if you're well anymore, because and we're accused not having Philadelphian government. Before witches, let me just finish with this with Kenya. We had these 27 congregations rushing to tell us how they are just into... We didn't believe them, of course we didn't. We had a very rich experience with Kenya. But we just let them have a testing period. In the meantime, I had a friend of mine, the one who told me about the elections 2017, a lovely man who he sowed his own garden to resolve the hunger issue. He has about 6 people in his home fellowship. He never asked for money. He did ask me if I could help with seeds. Some seeds he couldn't find on the market, I think. But that's another story. That's okay with seeds, yes. Because seeds, I think tomato or something else, seeds anyway. But in the meantime, Terry was there and in touch with Kenya. So he just kept following very well, very much. He kept their behavior, and of course he caught them already. It didn't take too much to catch them in lies. One thing that, you know, Israelitish mind cannot get is that any Gentile society is full of various actors, and people can lie for their gain, and they don't care about whether it will harm anybody. But anyway, He caught them in lies, so we just let them for a few while, and then we just withdrew from them. Oh, there was an outcry. What can they do now? They've left supposedly CCOG, but they've left it, but they have that. Some of them have returned, of course. So that was the main news, those who returned. Yes, because this evil hope of Israel, obviously has done something to seduce them. So now yes, of course. They've returned, you suckers. Sorry to say that, because they returned because they could not do with us what they did with CCOG. They could not come to us because they thought they would impress us with numbers. Oh, there are only 27 congregations. I don't know how many people are there. No, we're not impressed with numbers. We're impressed with honesty, and we were very, very underwhelmed by this honesty. So we just left all 27. But I had this one person. Lovely person in charge. He is a member of a family that first got converted in 1983 in Kenya during the time of sometime when Mr. Armstrong was still alive. And anyway, he's a very decent fellow, nice fellow. And I said to him, don't worry, I said, I won't mix you with these other guys, because these other guys just speak evil to you. They're just afraid of you. Of course they're afraid, because why are they afraid? Because he knows them all, brethren. He knows them all, and they cannot fool him. He knows their characters. He knows how scammers they can be. He knows that they go to, he told me they go to cafe bar, and then they would just research on the internet all these various churches. Then they would just contact them, present to them how they're interested in their doctrine, trying actually to get their money. And anyway, I said to these guys, I said, I won't mix you with them, but just consider yourself, if you really want to be part of Hope of Israel, you can consider yourself really to be a part of the God of Israel. Hope of Israel, Worldwide Church of God. I said, but don't mix with them, because they obviously are afraid of you, and they're, by the way, we're just testing them. We caught them in lies, and all the evidence you can hear from Terry Nelson, because he's in charge of Africa. I put him in charge of Africa in Hope of Israel. So much for not having the government of God in. And I, by the way, during the Pentecost, I ordained a couple of deacons in Serbia, so to help me with the growing work. And the growing work is not with numbers again, but it is with various coordination with what we preach and what we do. We hope to start. We are working on the radio in Spanish. We hope to start radio in Italian, and hopefully one day, when possible, we'll do it in French as well. But no, we're not possibly Philadelphian Remnant. It's only reserved for one exclusive people, a band of people who are just whose tithes are going only to Africa to be financing building on African churches, even though Mr. Armstrong would be turning in grave if he heard this, because he was always against that. But anyway, witches, yes. Oh, Bob Thiel was terribly offended, and there was a sermon about witchcraft. And he protested even to me. How can I even think about it? Well, I said, I do think, because those powers are real and they can affect. Oh no, they cannot affect. So here comes another set of accusations, and he's disgusting evangelist. He's half-literate evangelist, who, by the way, doesn't know how to close mouth when he eats. Among things, I spent enough time with him, and I would just hear when his imperative voice when he calls waitresses and waiters, and I thought he just behaves so. It is so carnal. It's just like one of those big bosses, who are just have might and power. So they snap their fingers, and waitress is supposed to be there in a matter of moment or whatever. Anyway, he said to me, "Oh, how could I believe in witchcraft, and what kind of Christian I am, and what about my conversion?" I'm like thinking, I'm not going to respond to it, because they're being desperate, because their evil empire is being crumbled now, and they're being desperate because it's a matter of days, I hope, when the witch practitioner in Malawi, the one who drives the new car and seduces women, is going to be arrested. So they're just obviously being very, 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 very nervous. So I'm like, no, I'm not going to respond. I never responded to any of them except to that one in Malawi when he said, "I'm warning you," whatever. My response to him was, "Get away from me, Satan, and may God of Israel remove you and all the demons you have brought in the Church of God. May God of Israel, deal with you." Because, brethren, you remember striving for the faith, struggling for the faith once delivered. Yes, that's true. It's written in the Bible. But right after that, the Apostle Jude tells us that there are some people who have crept in our midst unawares. Some people, yes. And you see, some of those people have brought their demons. Had I known that I was in touch with those people when trying to enter, when I was entering Continued Church of God in 2016, be rest assured I would have never entered into that church. And in my long letter I wrote at the end of January to Bob Thiel, in my long letter I said to him, my only connection with Africa and with those people there practicing all kinds of things, my only connection is you. Because I with those people don't communicate with them, I don't want any communication with them, and I don't want anything to do with witchcraft anyway. Back to the witchcraft. So he was now offended that we said that he was under the spell, that he might be under the spell, and he was just harping about it. Brethren, in the Bible we have example of Saul, who was anointed king of Israel. There was an evil spirit who would come and disturb him to the point that he wanted to kill David. And remember what his counselors told him, have somebody play harp and then he would be at peace. So we have anointed king of Israel, of whole nation, who was affected by them. And then, secondly, King David himself, anointed king. And we know he had the Holy Spirit, right? Right. And we know that he'll be in the world tomorrow, ruling over restored Israel, right? Right. And by the way, of all of these people, all of these churches because body of Christ is spiritual body, spiritual organism, I don't know if any other organization has a doctrine which says second Exodus. Second Exodus is a very important doctrine. It's present in the Bible. Hope of Israel does understand it. Hope of Israel teaches it, and it's part of our statement of beliefs. Anyway, King David was forced, if you wish, or persuaded or suggested, however you want to put it, by the evil spirit to make census of Israel. And you do go and check in your Bible what were the consequences of that census. The Lord didn't want it, but the evil spirit persuaded King David, to do it. And finally, I remember today, doesn't Apostle Paul say somewhere, certainly in Corinthians, doesn't he tell them that God told him, you have got enough of my favor, there was only one evil thing, thorn in the flesh, most likely something to do with the eyesight, because he seems to be having eye problems, something to do, to kind of keep you in line. So, based on the Bible, nobody can claim that witches and witchcraft cannot affect true Christians. Yes, it can. Especially those who don't even believe that those powers have anything to do with us, or that they have or that they may not harm us or touch us in any way. Well, actually, we can see from the Bible, God allows sometimes those evil things, those evil spirits, to touch his servants. So nobody can say, no authority can say that that's not possible. Yes, it is very possible. And I can say we have seen enough in our society how those people who manipulate with evil spirits can send them or command them or mandate them to mess up people's lives. We have seen it. So many of those examples. Because I live in a gentle society. Don't forget about it. And when Teresa Juarez was here among us on our group on Skype, she confirmed all of that, and she even mentioned some of the events in her personal life. So therefore, witchcraft can in fact affect even people of God. I don't want to be associated with witchcraft. The moment I learned, thanks to the Malawian government, who actually, among other things, revealed that to Terry, the moment I learned that there were people who were in witchcraft associated with Church of God, and that those people were leaders, I said to myself, I'm out of here. No. And since we were accused, who just brought all those things documented well with witnesses, oh yes, the dismissal was, those two witnesses didn't speak the truth, always, so we cannot trust them. Wait a second. The witnesses, the two deacons who may not have spoken the truth, all right. But you've got an ex-wife, you've got children. And you've got a photo, incriminating photo, which of course Ratzer says is his cousin. Well, I don't know how female cousin can lie on somebody's lap and him holding his hands on her breast. I really wonder what a wonderful cousinly love. I don't know of any culture in the world where cousin love is being expressed that way. I don't really know. So, we're being gaslighted, to use my friend Fred's words. Fred didn't go to the feast anyway. We heard who knows what was there, but thankfully he came in touch with me and asked me about things, and I sent him. I've written about 30 pages of all of my various things that I noticed, things that I heard of the most various problems that CCOG does have. But the worst problem that we learned after we left is the pride. That pride. The Serbian members just told me, let me quote them, "You said that Bob Thiel was such a humble man. What is this?" I said, he was. The one Bob Thiel that I knew back in 2016 really appeared as a humble man, really was an easy person to work with, was kind of open to suggestions and stuff. That's the Bob Thiel that I remember. At first, the one when I first met him, I said, what happened in the meantime? I don't really know. We can only speculate in the meantime. Well, in the meantime, I said he has dismissed all of us, his friends. All of us who warned him about African abuses were not his enemies, were his friends, brethren. His friends in service to him and CCOG, but primarily to God of Israel and to the gospel. So he dismissed all of us, his friends, accused us of being talebearers. Even though we had documents, even though we had witnesses, we were just, dismissed as spreading the gossip, rumors, whatever. And he just has an unwavering trust in whatever comes from Africa. So I guess if they come one of these days and tell there are 20,000 CCOG members in Africa, oh, there will be. Oh, Kenya, that's right. The man who was reserve. As soon as we prove prove them to be exactly of the same character like the one we witnessed in CCOG, we just dismissed them. And I have, let it be known to the world, I have, of course, promoted and promoted, of course, with, first I consulted with Terry as well. I promoted this man that we have, who was since a child was part of WCG, promoted him now to be indeed our representative in Kenya. And I'm so happy that he is. And he'll be wonderful, because I'm thinking he'll be a wonderful barrier to all of those who know him, because he knows their characters. He knows how scammers and what kind of methods they use to scam. He knows. That's why they're afraid of him. I'm thinking I think he'll be a wonderful barrier, so that we can at least secure that without our knowledge, some of those evil people may not creep in among us. And I've appointed him our representative in Kenya. And all the decisions I've appointed there, just like that friend of mine, that family in Australia that almost went bankrupt and homeless. We have a treasurer. I've appointed a treasurer, by the way. Did you believe that CCOG does not have treasurer? No. It's only one man deciding everything and anything, besides being the main arbiter for who is Philadelphia and who is not. So I said to the treasurer, that all the little money we have, we don't really have much money. All the little money we have has to be directed to Australia to rescue a family. The fact that somebody lives in Australia doesn't mean that he cannot fall into troubles. In Hope of Israel, we are having family relations, and whoever falls into troubles, and I said to the people in Serbia, no matter how poor we live, it's very easy in this part of the world to lose your job because of religion. I know it's unfathomable to you in the rest of the world, in the free world, but that's very fathomable here. So if somebody loses his job because of Sabbath or because of holidays or because of one and the other or anything else, we are here to help, and we will just share whatever we have. That's the same attitude we have in Hope of Israel, and we'll be sharing everything. It doesn't matter who lives in a first world country or second world country. Recently we have a lady whose husband, who is not converted, is leaving her. One of her dogs also died, one of her best friends. Thankfully there are a couple of Sabbath keepers in that country who just took her in, and God will certainly bless them. But she's going to become now alone, and just by herself. So I said, no problem. Whatever little money we'll have, we'll just rush to help. It doesn't matter who lives where and who lives in what system. This is a Satan's world, and I don't want to allow us Israelites to suffer. Anyway, I started with I told you, January I wrote that long letter, never a response. Then in February, I was visiting one prospective member in one part of the country. I used the public transportation, of course. And then there was a gap between my next train, and I got stuck in one little town. It was already coming. The sunset, Friday night. But okay, what could I do? I just sat at the cafe, local cafe, and I was trying to do something. All of a sudden, I saw a Skype incoming phone call. It was Bob Thiel, and I just rejected the call, and I just wrote him, I'm in a public place, so I cannot speak. Okay. And then he asked me, would I be interested in being involved in the American radios? Oh well, if I was greedy for power and money and fame, if I was greedy for that, I would have certainly said yes, sure. But I thought it was February. It was sometimes it was beginning of February. Can't remember the exact date. But I thought to myself, no. I said I scheduled my departure and the last day of unleavened bread. But I said to God, if this is what you want to be earlier, fine, so be it. So I said to Bob Thiel no, and I said I've been scaling down my CCOG involvement because a week prior to that, I basically stopped the Skype services. I disbanded Skype services, and I stopped it because I realized I better do it now than perhaps prolong this agony. Bob Thiel was shocked. What? I said that's what it is. Plus, I added something else. Since I've written to you what I have to write about Africa, and there is in Africa somebody who is in hierarchy higher than me, I said I just revoke my obedience to him because I don't trust him. I don't trust he's true Christian. I don't trust, so because I can no longer be part of the hierarchy. Basically, I'm basically stepping out. Oh, he was even more shocked. And then he asked me, does that mean that you don't want to be involved in radio, but you're still a CCOG member? Consider yourself to be a CCOG member. That was really a good trick question, because obviously by then various rumors, the rumor has it, rumors probably reached him about my intense communication, intensity with Terry, with Andre, of course also with by that time Randy Fries was already not part of CCOG. He left CCOG because he could not stand anymore that all the money from the Canadian CCOG office was going to Africa or Haiti. Anyway, I thought, well, God, if this is how you want it, may it be so. I said to him, no, I said, I no longer consider myself a member of CCOG. But if you want me to be involved in radio, because, Church of God, to my understanding, is a spiritual organism, that's okay. Oh, if you don't consider yourself a member of CCOG, that will be a problem. I said, fine. Oh, then he said, I'll just announce this in the next Church of God, in the next letter to the brethren, without mentioning your name. Okay. So he basically announced that the Serbian congregation left, and that Serbian congregation freed funds for his radio involvement. I was outraged. And I said it to the Serbian congregation. This is terrible. Now we see what kind of opinion we were. We seem to be burdened to the budget. Brethren, I've done my best in those 7 years to serve CCOG. Recently, one of our members received a message from CCOG member how Sasha has made mocking posts about CCOG, which is evidence that Sasha has no love. Well, I don't know to you if you were here ever or have anybody else. Sasha was mocked when he was a child a lot, just like you were when you were, as far as I remember his testimony. I know what mocking, how harmful it is, and I try never to mock anyone, even if I don't agree with one. Now, if my statements on the band, because, oh yes, Bob Thiel said, oh, it's on the band, I said, fine. I said, Terry Nelson chose it that way, so maybe it. But I said, I'm not here to stop him because I'm not here to dictate people what to do. They'll be all judged for their actions anyway. And that is what he also mentioned this accusation of Terry being bewitched. Well, I think so. I think you behave like one. I've seen people being bewitched, brethren, enough in my life, in personal family, elsewhere, brethren, because witchcraft is very present in Gentile world. And don't fool yourself once again that no, it doesn't exist. No, it's just a superstition. No, it cannot affect me because I'm a Christian. It can affect you because the Bible shows that it did affect very important people in the Bible. That's why last Sunday we had a fasting about it, because we felt that we are being pressured by the evil spirits, or that they're being sent to us probably from Africa. So fine. And in that and a week before that, we received about those two men being arrested for harvesting human body parts for the sake of witchcraft. And don't tell me that's not real. Don't tell me that doesn't exist. Ask the Malawian government if it doesn't exist. The fact that some things don't exist in your societies does not mean that they doesn't exist somewhere else. As Randy made a wonderful comment, he says, look at it, was it Randy? No, it was Terry. Terry said, look at this. He said, how come? Well, we wonder why all of a sudden certain tornado, this, that, hunger, flood, whatever affects Africa. Look what they're doing. And rightly said. And as I said to our representative in Kenya, the moment I hear that any of you contacted witch doctors, that moment that person will be out immediately. And I also told him the moment those who do not want to take state health insurance, it is possible, will help. With little funds that we have, will help. That all our families will be insured, because there are various parasites, there are various things in Africa that can happen, and that hospital bills are horrendous. Horrendous. Nobody can pay that. It's horrendous even for the Western standards, let alone for the African standards. So I've ordered, the government, speak of the government, I've ordered that all the church members in Africa will have to be government insured. Health insured. And yes, I've told this man, I'm appointing you now representative of Africa. Welcome to the Hope of Israel. Now it will be public. It will be public now. Make sure all the people are there insured. Make sure you continue to teach them the doctrine that you know from your small age, when your parents joined. His parents were the first one to join the old Worldwide Church of God. And as I was fasting last Sunday, I happened to hear a couple of teachings from Mr. Armstrong. And Mr. Armstrong said about, in the video History of the True Church, Mr. Armstrong said, and brethren, the church used to be scattered sometimes, they wouldn't even know from one another. But now it is Worldwide Church of God. And I just jumped in my, like, there you go. Brethren, the church was fractured, fragmented, often divided because of human vanity. But now, it is, again, here. It's Worldwide Church of God. Yes, with one prefix, having Hope of Israel, which is the doctrine that Mr. Armstrong indeed restored in the last century, brethren. And he taught people, because we keep this, what makes us different from the rest of Christianity? Well, what makes us, because God made the Sabbath covenant with Israel. God gave holidays to Israel. God gave all the statutes and laws and judgments to Israel, of course. The Ten Commandments were given to whom? At Sinai. To Israel. All those who turn to the God of Israel become Israelites. It doesn't matter their race. It doesn't matter their ethnic origin. Some of you were shocked on the group when I explained. Let me explain now for everybody else. In the Old Testament, there was the temple with a sacrifice that was the precursor, or the what was the better word for that? The foretaste of the perfect sacrifice to come, Jesus Christ. All the males who wanted to become Israelites had to first go to mikveh and be immersed. They had to be circumcised, and they had to also make sacrifice at the temple. The same was for the females, except for the circumcision. Brethren, what's the difference today with our act of baptism? We go and we are immersed. Our hearts, not our flesh anymore, on our foreskins, with us males, our hearts are being circumcised by the very Jesus Christ, whose blood, by the way, cleanses us from all the sins. And we don't need to make sacrifice because the sacrifice is made for us. And people who did that in the Old Testament became automatically Israelites. That was it. They do those things, they just go away, they're Israelites. What's the difference between us? It's all now on a higher plane, of course. It's on a spiritual plane, but it's still there. Our hearts are circumcised, we are circumcised, we are immersed, and perfect sacrifice is already made for us. What in the world can we then be but Israelites? Have you realized, brethren, at our baptism we become Israelites. The moment we turn to the God of Israel, make covenant with Him through baptism, that moment we start living like Israelites. We are what? We Israelites. Mr. Armstrong was that was the main complaint from all of those apostates. Oh, and we kept the Sabbath because it was with Israel. It was made Sabbath with Israel. That's what made us different from Christianity. And we kept also holidays and this because Israel, and this British Israelitism. It's back, brethren. Worldwide Church of God is back. With my apology to all those who have misused God-given authority to serve you. They have disqualified themselves. So many of them are now apostates. They will never apologize to you, but I apologize on their behalf, if that means anything to you. To those of you whose tithes and offerings were being sent to finance witchcraft, church buildings, an evil personal empire in Africa, I also apologize to all of you. I didn't know that as I was your elder. As soon as I learned it, I decided I will not be part of it. Many of you maligned me, and now there is a CCOG. Now there is having this picture portraying me as a villain and as a man who has no love. And because I did this, I made mocking statements. What mocking statements? I appealed on band, since already these things came under the band. I appealed to the band site members to keep dignity and not to attack Bob Thiel or his family. But there are comments there. I cannot control what people do as much as I couldn't control of their evil things on CCOG Electronic Forum. I cannot be a policeman who can just stop what people write. Yes, they malign him, and yes, they write mocking posts so that you know, James and you others. They call him Savior of Africa and 100 Caucasians. Well, on that post, I could only see perhaps there are not even 100 Caucasians anymore. Or if they see something that is not right, I just write it there. And I confess there right before everybody else that I have done something that they will not approve of, probably because they hate any organized religion and they hate any Church of God kind of heritage. I just confess them that I'm the one who initiated Hope of Israel, Worldwide Church of God, which Terry initiated that with me because that's how we were registered in Malawi. Recently in Malawi, a couple of men were arrested. However, brethren, we are waiting for the main one. What my friend from Gibraltar used to say, the fat lady hasn't sung yet. The fat lady is going to sing when Ratsul Mulozova is finally arrested by the Malawian government And as far as I heard, there are about 4 or 5. He'll be charged on 4 or 5 counts. And he deserves that all. And don't you tell me to be politically correct. I'm not going to be politically correct, because he misused the car which was purchased and given to him by the overseer. He misused the money to seduce women, to maltreat his wife, once legal wife, to deny his children needs. Those people are worse than unbelievers, he says in the Bible. And then hopefully perhaps some would finally say, and then we're going to face, when the Malawian government comes up with all the financial manipulations he has done and everything else, then we're going to be faced and see who was a talebearer, who was that, what even insults me, that Honorable Lady Patricia was referred to by Bob Thiel as female investigator, under quotation marks, as if that's a person that does not exist, that we, Terry, bad Terry, terrible Terry, evil Terry, to quote Evan Soching, evil Terry Nelson, that evil Terry Nelson and I concocted and made up. No, Honorable Lady Patricia, yes, that she does exist. She is still in service to her country. The Malawian president still uses her services. She is in this reshuffled government. She is not in a position, but it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything because all the evidence is there. And that will be a shock, send a shock waves to everybody else. But let me tell you something else, if you will let me be very honest. And for those of you who believe there is no government of God, you're being scared constantly that there is no government of God in the hope of Israel. Oh, really? And then you're being said that one official said that all countries left CCOG. Oh, it's absolutely not true. Yes, it's absolutely true, according to what I know. And from one country I can certainly testify to it's true, because Hope of Israel is in constant touch, beautiful touch, with the government of one nation, African nation, called Nation of Malawi. And we are informed about anything and everything that might be related to the work of God, to the Church of God activities and everything else. And instead of now having, yes, among those of us, those who were supposedly with us, there were spies who were just reported to Evans all kinds of things and stuff. Let me just tell you now let me just tell you this publicly on the record. But before I do this, let me just address my once good friend who came to Skype because of me and gathered with other CCOG members because of me, because CCOG never practiced any gatherings until I initiated it for the sake of Sabbaths. Well, those three, and I don't love brethren. You know, brethren, I used to have Bible studies at 1 a.m. Serbian time, which would always last until 2 or 3 a.m. Sometimes then later in the chat I would stay awake 5 or 6 a.m. I denied myself a sleep just to be in service to CCOJ members, just to convey to them the conservative and good doctrine. I even used the scripts from the college ambassador classes. They're just beautiful, and I'll use them in the hope of Israel, brethren, because we are just continuation of all the positive things and legacy of Worldwide Church of God indeed. So I denied myself sleep. I used to stay until 5, 6 in the morning to listen to what they have to say. I counseled several people for baptism, a couple of people for wedding. And I wedded them over the internet because I couldn't wed them differently. I couldn't come to America, of course, so I just officiated the wedding even over Skype, believe it or not. I did it. I did always and I went all my way and was looking always for creative ways to serve God and to serve the brethren. What happened to me one feast in Serbia, there was a mad female who just stormed into my room to ask me some straightforward question, actually to accuse me that I messed up her romantic relationship with one Serbian church member, which was all false accusation. I don't think any of you have ever experienced that. I think if I didn't have love, but I just let her. I was even ill. I fell ill that feast. But anyway, I just let her. Middle of the night, holiday. need for rest and stuff, and I'm hearing a raving, I'm listening to the false accusations against me that I supposedly influenced her at that time, fiance or boyfriend, that I influenced him against her father and all of that rubbish. Somebody would have thrown her out of the room and say go, you insane, and then seek some treatment. Somebody would have probably done that, but no, I don't have love. I have no love. I have no love. I've sacrificed all that I could. I've tried what I have done with Hope of Israel and what I'm trying to do now with Hope of Israel. So to the very straightforward question at the beginning of February of this year, whether I consider myself still a member of CCOG, I said no. And I said that I'm not going to be part of that hierarchy anymore, and I don't trust their hierarchy, I don't trust him, and I don't trust the one who is above me in the hierarchy, so that I can no longer be serving as CCOG. That was it. I went, the train came afterwards. It was Friday evening. Serbian congregation was having a Friday evening Bible study. I arrived in the course of the Bible study, and when it was finished, I said, brethren, I've got something important to tell you. And I've recorded it in Serbian. I've got recordings here in Serbian. Also, I've got recorded from November of the last year one conversation that Terry Nelson and I had related to Africa, because I thought we should just record it, just that, to have it just on record, just as a part of our documentation, so that somebody wouldn't say, you're making things up. Of course, there'll be people who say that anyway, but it doesn't matter. There are always people who would just have to malign me, and now I'm having to be demonized because I'm not part of that group anymore, and because I have decried the horrible corruption in Africa, which I cannot support, not only financially, but not even spiritually, and I cannot support to be in touch with those who practice witchcraft. And again, the government of Malawi has got all of those evidence, and I'm just waiting for the fat lady to step on the scene and start singing. That'll be once the Ratson, the famous pastor of Mozambique and Malawi, once he's arrested. In the meantime, the lies keep going to California, 5 cities, how everything is funky-dory, everything is beautiful. May roses are blooming all over the place. Oh, the work is growing. Those 27 congregations of Africa from Kenya that we tested, when I told those people there are 10,000 people of CCOG members in Africa, everybody was shocked. Where from? Where from? How come? I said, what in the world? You don't know? Well, that's the news for the whole. That's the news that has been on for years now. And then I realized, somebody is sending the news but not informing the local CCOG members of what he is sending. Why? Well, because they will have seen that's a big lie. So yes, there'll be, and then the big news now is, some people are returning now, from that evil Hope of Israel, returning to CCOG. Well, of course they're returning. They'll be returning more. Just keep sending more money to them. Oh, don't worry, they'll come in droves, and just keep them. Oh yes, I was going to tell you something else. I was going to tell you that I was contacted by a board of directors in the States who read sometimes that I went to Africa, so they wanted my experience. Because there is one of the big churches of God members in Kenya. I won't mention his name because it's not really relevant. But he is there, and this board of directors in the States who want to root out once and for all these fake churches of God, these fake Christians, and those who keep using Western suckers, forgive me for saying that, to milk money from them. If we didn't warn the top hierarchical government in CCOG that was going on, I would feel guilty. But we warned, presented all the proofs, and we were dismissed and called talebearers, rumor spread, the ones who spread rumors, and we were gossipers. Right, fine. One day, when they see, they'll be faced with the truth, they'll have to ask themselves, who was a talebearer anyway? In the meantime, they're being fed lies. Yes, there are some people who are returning. There'll be some, probably more, who will be returning. They're all from Kenya. Welcome, welcome, and keep them. We don't need them. We have tested them, and we have proven them. We have proven them to be wrong, to be that they're the man who they chose to be a leader, who we accepted to be lying to us. We don't want those people. Have them. But in the meantime, just so that all of you know, all of you would know, nobody needs to be a spy, somebody would hear this, all of you should know that there is a board of members working, particularly in Kenya. And when they asked me about Kenya, I was very candid, and they thanked me, and they said that I could even help them even more now, that I could help them even more to root out that cause. Yesterday, or a few days ago, however, whenever it was, I'm very busy, so sometimes I don't check my mail for days. But yesterday I've learned that that board that has already decided to exclude CCOG from any CCOG elders in Africa, in Kenya, or deacons from any activity. The reason they explained to me was that Bob Thiel is considered to be a prophet, and he has already said made some false prophecies. To be honest with all of you, I don't really know. As far as I'm concerned, Bob Thiel's grasp of some historical and biblical things related to biblical prophecies, to me, at least, maybe I'm deceived, to me they seem to be okay. They didn't seem to me to be false. Perhaps he made some false predictions. I've heard that before. I haven't seen them all. I haven't seen any of them, so I won't make any comments. But yes, it was dubious. How could a man who is supposed to be in charge of a worldwide work, the only Philadelphia, how could he be blind when presented with all the facts from his trusted friends, and I was one of them? How could he dismiss it, and why? Is it because of the fake, false information about 10,000 supposed members in Africa? Soon there'll be 12. You'll see it. Soon there'll be a bit more. So that's... What's wrong with that? What's going on with that? What's wrong with that? What's going on? I don't know. He never explained to me. He never responded to another of my sayings that I've heard. That there are 4 bottles filled with sand and his pictures being buried in Kenya on one farm. Why would people make up those horrible things? I really don't know. But those things are not probably made up. They're true. But he never responded to any objections I ever made about Africa were met with deaf silence. And then it was met now with open accusations about us. Then people now believe that, some people believe they're the only Philadelphian. One church member told me today that he got a message that, what a pity you have left the only Philadelphian remnant in the world. Oh, come on, please. So people are being fed lies. African CCOG keeps feeding lies, so I no longer call it. Why do I hear it? I don't know. I try not to follow it, but it comes to my email. Obviously, I'm considered so important to be informed about all the lies being spread about me now. I'm not saying that there are not lies about Bob Thiel being spread on the internet. That's for sure. I know that the band site is not the most ideal place in the world, on the contrary. But still, I have to respect those people. You know, those people were once part of Churches of God or the Church of God. Who knows what they have experienced? And what we have experienced also the lack of humility. And let me just probably finish with that. Church members here in Serbia asked me, "This is the humble man?" He was, I said. And I warned him, I said, look, your minions are sending us unwanted emails, detestable as far as I'm concerned. And that one in which his minion from Africa accuses me that I'm all about money and money and money, and I'm the only good to sow the discord among the brethren. I said, this is really enough. So no longer do I consider Bob Thiel to be my friend, even that, because he was carbon copied, and at least if he didn't agree or something he could have written, he would have written something. He didn't. So my conclusion is he agrees with all of that. If that's what you agree with your half-literate, lying so-called evangelist, so be it. Then believe him until the until the end or whatever. But I said to him, one thing I did say to him. I said, Bob, there is only one thing. Before pride comes before the fall. And sadly, some of the things that I've read on that banned site when people wrote about his activities in Africa even before, when they wrote about somebody who committed a crime, also a trusted man in Kenya who committed a crime back how many years ago. When I read that, and when I read how they write about his pride, about him being full of himself, I cannot really, in all the honesty from my own experience, I cannot say that that's not true. So because based on my conscience I can no longer be part and serve God's people as under the umbrella of the continuing Church of God, the same night, the same Friday night, when I told him I'm no longer CCRG member, I realized that was it. I announced to the Serbian congregation that I was out. I told them nobody's pressured, you just make your own decisions. And then I announced to all these others around the world, I'm out. I'm not going to boast about prophetic gift. I don't think I have it, but I do believe one of my good friends has it, and I've detected it already here in the Hope of Israel, but we're not going to boast about that because it's not important for the world. The prophetic gifts are not there that we have to be proving to the world, oh look, I'm a prophet and God works with us. No, God's prophetic gifts can be given to whomever God wants to give, and that prophetic gift is always to serve God's people. And one thing is for sure, brethren, I've learned it in Ambassador. I've learned some nuggets of wisdom, which I always convey to all the church members, but I'll convey to you, I'm not the most important one. The government of God does exist in Hope of Israel. The government of God is being family model. We behave like a family, not like a military unit. I'm not issuing orders to people. I consult with them. If they even come, like Randy always comes and he surprises me. Oh, I've decided to do this. I said, good, excellent. Or, should we do this and that? Yes or no. I'm not running people's lives, and that's not my role. My role is to be helper of their joy. Helper of their joy, and that passage in Jeremiah 17, with the hope of Israel, it's a beautiful passage. It's a beautiful passage full of hope, full of life, full of energy. And then it says, those who do stray away from you, those who go away from you, their names are written on the earth. Obviously, the names of others who do not go from God are written in heaven, waiting for the return of Jesus Christ, because our citizenship, as it says in Philippians, is in heaven, wherefrom we're waiting the return of Jesus Christ. When I was a student, I asked my other fellow students to write me that verse from Philippians in their various languages, and I kept it in my room just to be reminded of that. I certainly don't think that we are the only true church in the world. That's rubbish. We are part of the spiritual organism. That's what the true church has always been, all the time. Mr. Armstrong would be happy if he heard one day when he is in resurrection, we'll tell him some things and we'll see what he will say to us. But now the Worldwide Church of God is back with all the good doctrines, all the good practices, with a hierarchical government being in a family model, being from the top down, with a love for those who are being governed. Our statement of beliefs basically has all the beliefs that any long-time Church of God member would know, with one addition, 2nd Exodus, which is there in the Bible, but for some reason people don't love to preach much about Israel. We are Worldwide Church of God, yes indeed, but we are also Hope of Israel, and we are not ashamed of being Israelites. Am Yisrael Chai is a motto you can hear with some people. I've seen it the other day on Facebook and I downloaded it. I am not ashamed to be Israelite, brethren. And Israelites, perhaps you didn't know, but here on the Balkan Peninsula, the Celts, whom all of you know are lost Israelites, were the early settlers, and then the Slavic elements, the Slavic people, meaning Serbs, Croats, Macedonians, Slovenians, came to this Balkan Peninsula, and they've populated it and mingled with Israel, and the prophecy was fulfilled. Israel was going to lose its identity and become, other nations, and they'll become pagans, because the religion in Europe is pagan. It's pagan, it's full of paganism, and it's only just has borrowed just the name Christianity and nothing else but that. So there is a huge Israelitish element present in the South Slavic people. We have the radio working 27 hours even in Serbia now. It's called Biblical History. The first book ever written on the New Testament Passover, I wrote it. And I won't say his name publicly, he's still in CCOJ, but I thank him, the person who helped me publish it. And it was published at the time when we were already being separated from CCOJ, obviously. I'm having a book on the lost Israelites. This anniversary I used in Serbia to preach about the birthright in Israel. And I'll soon will have, for the first time in the history of Serbia, the book on lost Israel, their identity. And who knows how many people will still wake up to their identity. We don't even know how many lost Celts are there in our genetic pool. How many of lost Israelites are among our kinsmen. We recognize some of them by face features, believe it or not, by their ginger hairs and ginger beards. But keep in mind, brethren, Israel, according to the prophecy, was to be scattered into all the nations. That means there are plenty of Israelites in Africa. There is estimated 2 billion even in Asia. Who knows how many elsewhere? And you certainly know those countries when Israelites congregated in large numbers so that they could fulfill the end-time prophecies. Brethren, we know that. We used to be in continuing Church of God, but we could not live with the terrible corruption we discovered. People who discovered it and other people looked up to me. I was the one who decided that we should go by ourselves, that we should establish continuation of all the positive Church of God doctrines, and that we should have the name Hope of Israel. That's the greatest hope of all the nations of all the world indeed. That was my initiative. I keep leading and I keep consulting with all the friends within about important decisions, and when decisions have to be made, I make them. I make them without any hesitation. I make them to the glory of the God of Israel. So we did not come out because we hate somebody. We feel very sorry that money that God provides is being squandered on people who don't deserve to be mentioned. I can only quote them from the Epistle of Jude, those who crept in unawares. We don't want to be in touch with witchcraft, and we don't want to be in touch with dishonest people who we don't even know where did they come from, who baptized them, what they believe, and who just come and just profess their great loyalty to us. No, we're here to be helpers of joy of those who really want to serve God. Or if they want to be just friends and observers, fine. Let them be honest, and just like the government of Malawi observed us and came to a very flattering conclusion that we are true Christians. What are we, whether we are Laodiceans, Philadelphians, whatever, God is there to be judge of that. We strive to do, or to copy, or to the copy and do at the same time and adapt to new situations. We try to do the Philadelphian work, and we're especially thankful that our radio worldwide, the Hope of Israel worldwide, is making inroads in the areas of the world where where none of us lives, and when Church of God traditionally never made any inroads, either by printed word or by any other means. It's now possible due to internet. And may our fruits be to the honor and glory of God. In the meantime, all the lies, how I don't love people, I don't love brethren, and all that horrible things, fine. Brethren, I knew it would be that way. I've been in the Church of God long enough to see how people who don't know all the facts can make wrong conclusions. I've seen enough the abuse that the hierarchy has done. In fact, back in 1995, the Worldwide Church of God hierarchy used the mental frame of the members that top leadership is almost infallible, and God works the top leadership, and top leadership is to be obeyed at all cost. Well, that might be true if they're following the truth. If they're not following the truth, certainly not. But many members were not able to discern anymore the truth or not. Many members were afraid. I knew to many of you this will be a new experience. To me it is not. I counted on the fact that we'll be maligned, lied about, and that is happening. But that does not demoralize me at all. I know that God is the ultimate judge, and I always pray that He will have mercy on me, on anybody else, and that wherever we make mistake, that He will correct us in love and show us where we are erring, so that we can rectify ourselves and be different. Unlike our previous association, we do have a treasurer. We do have all the people involved in decision making, in having all the people are free to give input. Nobody's he's forced, nobody's bribed by motorbike or money. It happened that we were first registered in Malawi. It just happened like that. God wanted it that way. Why? I don't know, but fine. We're still working on being registered in other countries. And our brotherly hand is extended to all of you. Before I close, just one more thing that I need to tell you, probably on the account of how much we don't have Philadelphian government or whatever. Well, you do know that the only church in Revelation, brethren, that has the key of David is the Philadelphia church. A few months ago, there was a coronation ceremony of King Charles III. Of course, I knew what it means, and the Serbian members knew what it meant. Thankfully, we found internet link where we could observe the coronation. The first that I said to the Serbian members was, look for the Stone of Destiny, Leah file. If you see it there, you'll know it's there. Yeah, it was there, right beneath the coronation chair. Then, during the ceremony, I also said, look for those things mentioned in Genesis, where Tamar was giving birth to Judah's sons, twins. And yes, all of a sudden you see, here they said, here's a bracelet, here's a ring, and here's a staff, shepherd's staff. Now, King Charles, by the way, is the only king in the world being coronated by being anointed. And then if you followed the procedures and listened to what the Anglican priest would say, that's quite interesting. That's how the Israelite kings were brethren coronated, on the Leah stone that Jeremiah brought from Judah to Israel, to the house of Israel, on the British Isles. There were all the elements that we looked for, and I remember I was next to a prospective member. I was at his home in the north of the country, and so thrilled and so excited both we were. And he said to me at one point, look, he said, if it wasn't for you, I would have never known where is the house of David. And look, he said, now, and look what's happening now. Now we are seeing a descendant of David being crowned on the throne of David. It's a prospective member. He is not baptized, brethren, but he understood that truth. All the church members in Serbia, both baptized and unbaptized, closely watched the coronation ceremony. That's one thing I wanted just to tell you, because I know that the only church in Revelation that has the key of David, meaning understanding of the identity of Israel, and meaning that understanding where the house of David is today, are the members of Philadelphian church. I presume that many other members of churches of God around the world watched closely that ceremony. They should have. But we did. We did. And secondly, the final thing, our brotherly arm is open to all of you. Brethren, we were abused, lied to, some of you maligned, but we must not give up, because those who endure to the end, it's the prophecy, will be in the future saved. So we'll be saved when Jesus Christ comes. We have to endure to the end. This is part of the, I know it's the hardest probably part, when the persecution and lies come from within. It happened from time to time in Church of God history. Happened to me at various times. I knew to some of you this is not very easy, but please endure to the end. Endure to the end. This is part of the learning that we have to go through, obviously, for some reason, for the reason of the world tomorrow. And our brotherly arms are open to all people, wherever they are. On Pentecost, I appointed a couple of deacons, and I told them clearly, you're deacons to the whole people of God anywhere. As deacons, thus, know that your responsibility is to render any help and service to all the people of God wherever they are. We don't think we're the only church of God. We don't think we're the only true church of God. That's stupidity. That's stupid to say in this world, in this day and age. Some of us may have prophetic gifts, but no, none of us is going to proclaim himself a prophet, because, prophecy will come and pass and go, and as it says, as Paul says in 1 Corinthians 11, but love endures forever. Knowledge is important, but knowledge can puff up people. Sadly, we have seen that recently. We can see that as well. But love edifies, and therefore our brotherly arms are open, regardless of how much or little knowledge you may have, regardless of wherever you are, whoever you are, true Christians, we are open, have open arms for you, with you, and we want to continue to do to the end the job to which God has called us in this day and age, and we know it's Matthew 24:14. We are doing our part already through our radio, through the written word, as much as we can in Serbian, hopefully in other languages over the time. The site is on its way, so it will be there soon. We are doing our part, but we know there are other Christians elsewhere doing their parts. We appreciate that. We love you, and we support all those, like Christ said, whoever is not against us is with us. Our brotherly arms are open, and they will stay open. And the hope of Israel, it has nothing racist in it. It's encompassing whole world. It's encompassing all the nations, all the tribes, all the races. And that's exactly how God intended it to be. So, perhaps this was the most difficult speech I had to tell you, the most difficult message. But I envisioned it as an inaugural message for the Hope of Israel Worldwide Church of God, to announce this news to you, that I've already done it a little bit ahead of time, when I had an interview with Gene Porter, my good friend, who has been following my service to you for years now, and I think I'm one of his most famous guests at his podcast, which is like a program. He makes interviews with interesting people. He is absolutely crazy about the two houses, House of Judah and House of Israel, as much as I am. And he always loved to interview me, and in those 2 hours, he always gives me enough space to say whatever I want to say. Well, not long ago, I decided to use interview with him to also announce to his audience the formation of Hope of Israel Worldwide Church of God. And this is the inaugural speech, perhaps the most difficult I had to give you, because I had to explain to you why you no longer hear the words from me. You no longer hear a name of a certain church of God, and no longer do you hear from me mentioning a certain person that used to be my friend. However, the work is still ahead of us. The short time we have, we want to make the best out of it. Our hearts are burning for the kingdom of Israel, which is the kingdom of God to come. We are being governed and structured in a Philadelphian way that Mr. Armstrong, I think, will be very happy with. But we have a family structure. We don't have a commanding structure. We don't have we have more of a shepherding result. And I don't think that there are people who are not worthy of to be communicated with, or that there are people who should be ignored. And I don't think the Philadelphian structure, the least credit to speak about Philadelphian structure, are those who pump money in one part of the world and yet look or hear or know that somebody else in another part of the world is on the verge of bankruptcy and homelessness. I don't think that Philadelphian rule or Philadelphian mode of governance is to spread lies about us in Serbia, who supposedly were burdened to the budget of the church when we were not. We lived very modestly, we made the ends meet, and we just did what we could. In fact, those who were employed were able to secure enough second tithe so that the last Feast of Tabernacles they kept by themselves with their money that God blessed them with. So we didn't ask any church help for that, even though we had every right to do it, but we didn't, because we did not want to use hard-earned money from other members. And the point was, we're back. The Worldwide Church of God is back with the most positive traditions and teachings it had. Those who apostated and destroyed it will be desperate and will be laughing at us, but it doesn't bother us. The work of God is still ahead of us. It's being done already. We'll continue with all the doors that God will open before us. We'll try to walk through. And we continue to work being recognized by one government of a small African nation of Malawi. And we continue to work with the most important recognition any group of Christians could have. And that is, these are true Christians.